Welcome, dear viewers. It's the Drinker here, and I'm joined this evening by Jay.
Hello.
Hello, Jay. How are you doing this evening?
Pretty good. I'm going to pretend we haven't already been speaking for 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, we have not been talking previously. This is such a coincidence meeting you here. Yeah, we're still waiting for MauLer and Rags to show up as well. God only knows where they've gone. But I'm sure they'll be here in due course. So we just thought, what the hell? We'll just kick things off and start.
I've just sent them both a ping. I hope they're okay.
I know. Yeah, I do worry. You know, MauLer's normally pretty punctual, so I'm a bit disappointed. I don't know if he's sitting on Discord waiting for me to send him a link that way, but I just sent it to him through Twitter.
Rags just said he's around.
Oh, okay.
How did you send Rags a link?
Would you? Normally I would send it through Discord actually, or I would just get MauLer to do it. To be honest, that's what he normally does. Because I kind of see them as being one entity at this point. If you want, I don't know. Have you got Discord up right now? I can set it up.
Oh yeah, I've got Discord up.
Would you just do me a favor and just ping him the link that I sent you?
Sure.
Much appreciated, old chap.
No worries. All right, he's got that now. He should be popping in.
All right, nice one.
It's normally my streams that go like this.
Yeah. Well, if this follows my usual pattern, then like my internet will die like 3 times in the course of this stream, and my audio will stop working, all the rest of it. So we'll see what happens.
My internet's already died today, so and this is a new place, so I don't know how often that's going to happen. That'll be fun.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, it's the high quality internet that we get in Scotland. Like, it's so reliable. You know, that's what I appreciate about it. But
I've not had any problems before.
Oh, really? You are lucky. No, mine's is pretty iffy. Like, if for some reason, if it's really bad weather, then it goes down. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure what it's really like in good weather. I'll let you know.
When it eventually happens.
I remember I'd literally been living in Scotland for about half a year when I like felt this the sun on my skin and went, shit, it's been a while. And like, that's not even a joke. That's not exaggeration. Like, the actual feeling of sunlight on my skin in Scotland, I was like, shit, I remember this.
It's like, yeah, at certain times in Scotland, if you go down the street wearing like a brightly coloured t-shirt, you can practically feel the trees leaning in towards you, trying to get some light. It's just that sort of place, man. It's grim. Rags is in. I'll just bring him in. Well, hello, Rags.
Hello.
How does the day find you?
Pretty good. I've been asleep for most of it, but should end up okay. Should be fine.
It's a pretty good way to spend the day, to be honest. So nice one. What sort of time is it where you are, anyway?
It is 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Yeah, well, that's not bad.
3 p.m.
It's acceptable drinking time, I would say.
Yeah.
3 p.m. sounds like the name of a shit English town.
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
They have a very, very distinct accent over there in 3 p.m.
Oh, they have a distinct accent in like every 3 meters of Britain.
Yeah, we have we're like a really condensed version of America. Like, you go to the next town over and they'll speak completely different, and they can sense that you're from somewhere else. Like, outsider, get 'em.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, actually, Rags, you have an idea where MauLer is?
No, I am suspecting that either something came up or maybe an alarm of his didn't go off, because it was he who it was like an hour 25 minutes, right? And about an hour and a half ago. So he was up. I just don't know where he sort of went.
Wow.
So yeah, it's unfortunate, weird, but I suppose he'll be around hopefully soonish, but very, very interesting.
He was just sitting in his death ready to start, and he was hit by a train.
Yeah, we'll berate him once he comes on. So
yeah, unusual for him, but
that's
yeah,
very fair.
I guess so.
Yeah. People are asking me in chat, do I read chat? Yes, I do read chat. I try to read chat while simultaneously having a conversation, and it's tough because I don't multitask very well. But as we always do with these things, like I'll keep an eye on chat, and we will, if there's super chats, then we'll tend to do them more towards the end, so we don't have to keep halting our discussion. But yeah, we'll get through all of them, no doubt. But since we're all here, almost all of us, I was wondering if you'd like to talk a little bit about Bly Manor.
We can.
Yeah.
Invisible Man. I was talking a little bit to Jay about it to see, how you guys all felt about it. So,
Bly Manor's basically a masterpiece. Shockingly well written with incredibly well developed characters, stellar acting across the board, interesting and engaging plot, really good, just everything. Kind of. When we were watching it, we were enthralled by it. We would have finished all the episodes in one go, if we could. We did it in 2 sittings. It was so excellent to see such a clear improvement over Hill House, which had incredible failures at the end. Particularly, episode 10 of Hill House was just shockingly bad, which was so odd considering how good the first 9 episodes were, and in all the places where Hill House failed, we got all that taken care of with Bly Manor. We were very, very happy to see that.
You see, Rags, I wasn't going to mention that we think Hill House is like significantly flawed compared to Bly, just in terms of optics. Just in terms of like optics, I feel like that's something to ease people into. But you just like, you're coming straight out with it. I'm like,
oh yeah, well, Hill House is really, really good, but episode 10 is trash. Really, really bad. Which is a shame because the first 9 episodes are so good, and I'd still regard it as an incredible show.
Yeah.
It just really, really has a horrible ending.
I mean, the 3 main things that Hill House has at the start, I would say, are it has like for the first 9 episodes, it has its characters incredible, it has incredible intrigue, and it has incredible atmosphere. And then in episode 10, the intrigue doesn't go anywhere. So you're like, oh.
Yeah, see, this is interesting because it's kind of interesting to hear your take on Bly and all the things that you obviously liked about it. I had my issues with it, and a lot of those things had to do with how it was structured. I didn't like the way that it was so loaded towards the end in terms of like revelations, character development, things like the Lady of the Lake.
I don't think it was loaded toward the end, though. I think we get some pretty consistent reveals, and we learn a lot of stuff this time. I mean, episode 5, if anything else, is one of the biggest. Good.
Yeah, and I was speaking with Jay about this. Like, that was a standout episode for me. It was brilliantly structured, really well written, well paced, good performances. No real criticisms there. But when you do something like the Lady of the Lake, which is meant to be the kind of primary, I guess, antagonist amongst the ghosts throughout the show, barely mentioned throughout the series. You barely see her until
at the end. So you barely see Sauron in the Lord of the Rings. So I guess he's not much of a good antagonist for that.
But he is mentioned all the time, whereas the Lady of the Lake,
her mechanics are very consistent throughout. That she impacts the plot. I mean, it's her that is essentially responsible for getting
mechanics. I don't have an issue with how she functions. I just have an issue with how she's introduced and then built up, because she's
What's your issue with her introduction?
Well, you obviously see her when she kills Quinn, which, again, for me, wasn't great, because when you actually look at how she functions, she basically comes out of the lake randomly, goes on a set path up to the bedroom through the house, and then goes back down to the lake again. She didn't kill him to punish him for doing anything. She wasn't even aware of what was going on in his situation. The only reason he even died was of sheer dumb luck. He just happened to be stood in her path.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's the point.
That's really unfortunate. Like, this entire
is that bad?
Happened like 2 minutes earlier or later, none of this would have even happened.
That's very unfortunate.
I guess when a show like that is predicated on such a freak occurrence and like everything hangs off it, I'm a little bit
it's
like,
not a freak occurrence, especially considering how much the kids work towards keeping our protagonist away from the path of the ghost.
Yeah, it's not this is a thing that happens like frequently though. So the fact that the fact that one character bumps into it once, it's I think pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that it happens to be the kind of antagonist, the person who then sets in motion everything else that goes on. And the fact that
is that bad?
Well, I'm just thinking
writing of a kind, or who should it have been?
I just don't like it when things like that happen on such a random occurrence. And the family had been living in that house for a good number of years, presumably, right? They'd settled in there. The ghost of the Lady of the Lake would have gone on the route that she follows into their parents' bedroom. Okay, so they would be sleeping in there every night. Presumably, she would have attacked them if they'd been in there. So that makes me question, well, how does that function? The kids obviously don't wake them up every night and get them out of there.
We do see the ghost coming across someone in the bed and not killing that person, but instead killing the person who was actually in her way. But I would say that one issue could be how fortuitous it was that nobody else was taken, though we do get a large host of people who are over time.
Not many. Like if you look at it over time, it's like the plague doctor, the priest, and a little boy.
Plague doctor, priest. There's a soldier. There's the kid. There's.
That's it.
I'm going off some of the memory.
There's 3. I don't think. I don't.
Well, I'd name 4, but there's.
That's not many in 300 years.
I'd have to go through and look back over it again, but yeah, I guess there could have been more. I guess it depends on the history of the house.
There's quite a few ghosts in there that are just unspecified, and
because they don't all have backstories and they don't all get their focuses.
I think it's really just left ambiguous how many ghosts there are, because that there's the soldier ghost, which is like in the background of a few frames and then like is mentioned once. And I think it leaves it open to the idea that there could be any real number of ghosts in there that you don't know about.
I didn't also like,
but this all was based on the how Peter was killed by the ghost, and I don't see what the issue is with that.
Well, as I was saying, the issue I had with it is that it's a really unlikely event, I guess, that happens. It's not impossible. It just seems like, wow, that was just really convenient that he happened to be stood in that hallway at that specific time of night on one of the nights when the Lady of the Lake happened to be prowling. That was all. But okay, it's fine. I can live with it as a mechanic to make things happen. It's just a little bit like, it's a bit contrived.
I wouldn't say it's that far of a stretch, especially since it's basically the inciting incident of the current story. And when you have an inciting incident, like, it is beyond reasonable for an inciting incident to be unlikely, because the story is about the results of it. It's not a contrivance to conclude the story. It's like, if you're telling a story about a character who wins the lottery, you can't then go ahead and say, oh, it's so contrived that they won the lottery. Like, it's about them because they won the lottery.
Yeah,
but I don't know how you can.
This is the event that kicks off the whole story.
Yeah, I don't know how you can.
It's not me sitting here saying like, okay, none of this could happen. It's silly. Like, it's fine. Like, as a thing which is possible given the setup of this universe, it can happen. It was just one of those things that like stood out a little bit for me as a little bit contrived, but it's fine. Like, it doesn't ruin it.
It's really odd considering a moment ago you were saying there should be way more people who were grabbed by it, and now saying it's a contrivance that this person was.
No, I mean, I guess this is what we're saying. Like, we don't know how regularly she comes out of the lake and kind of prowls the house. And the point I was making there about when she comes out and the family who have been living there for a good number of years, how is it that she comes out of the lake, goes through the house, goes to their bedroom, which is where she specifically goes looking for her daughter. They would be in the bed, but they've never been attacked for her. That kind of makes me wonder, okay, does she not come out very often? Is it only like every few years, perhaps? That would explain why there's so few ghosts. But in that case, if it only happens every few years, damn, that's really unlucky that Peter happened to be in her path in that case.
I doubt it's
saying? Like,
well, with the amount of times that she comes out during the during the show as we see it, you know it's more often than that.
So how did she never attack the parents in the bedroom then?
I guess the parents
I feel that's
never get in the way.
I feel
I mean,
that's
it's just a question.
Show, yeah.
Like I say, it's not something I need to get particularly hung up on. It was just a thing I wondered about.
I mean, that's one of like there are like a couple of things in the show where it's like, oh, that doesn't quite stack up, and I feel that the parents just like, I mean, it's established that the ghost doesn't attack people if they're in bed. So if the parents are just sleeping, the ghost wanders in and then wanders back out, and they wake up in the morning like, oh, someone's tracked mud in here. That's fucking weird. Then they're fine. But at the point where hang on, oh, I've lost my.
But didn't it attack the little boy?
Oh yeah. So oh no, she grabbed the little boy because he was a child and she was looking for a child.
Yes,
she comes right. So she wouldn't. So she wouldn't. Right. So she wouldn't have gone for them in that sort of scenario.
Yeah, because she's specific. She's looking. All that basically is left of her is go get the child in the house.
Mm-hmm. The other thing I didn't particularly like was like obviously when she makes her real appearance and grabs Danny, then the immediate following episode, like that's her first real like appearance as such in the show, apart from the moment where she kills Peter. Then we immediately get like a huge elaborate flashback that details her entire life leading up to that point.
So it's not her entire life.
Well, okay, it's but like the important events in her life.
That was my favorite episode, actually. I thought it was really well done. I thought it was timed excellently. I thought it left us on a fantastic cliffhanger for the ghost having Danny. And that episode really, really fixes a lot of the stuff that Hill House got horribly wrong, which is explaining what's going on with the ghosts and why some of them act a certain way, why others don't. And I thought it was positioned really, really well. I really enjoyed having the explanation for things and how the curse got started.
See, that's the I guess the difference. Like when it comes to this kind of thing, when it comes to like supernatural haunting type scenarios, I don't really want to know the precise mechanics for how ghosts work. Like this whole thing that Quinn has, where it's like, well, I can possess people temporarily, but then I'll get booted out of their body. But then if they let me in by saying the correct phrase, then I can take over them permanently. That's it just all feels very like systematic and precise, and it's like I don't really imagine that's how the afterlife functions. I don't know, man.
Well, there isn't an afterlife, but there's I don't know why there wouldn't be a kind of system that would function with ghosts. I don't know why that would be something that wouldn't happen, especially when it seems to be pretty well consistently presented here. Because if we don't do that, we're going to get a system like I can't even call it a system, but we get a scenario like Hill House where it's just nonsense and it doesn't make any sense at all, and it's extremely inconsistent.
And like to add to that, I think it's fine to have those stories where you don't have anything explained, like as long as it's not inconsistent with how it works, like Hill House kind of is. You have a story where the ghost mechanics never explained, and it's all left up to the audience's imagination of how it all works and what's going on. I think there's loads of place for that kind of story, but Bly Manor is a story that depends on consistent mechanics being understood by the audience. It's a mystery story that very much MauLer's in chat. It's a mystery story that very much needs the mechanics to be understood by the audience for them to get the answers to the mysteries.
It's consistent with itself, which is certainly something that I want to encourage in media. And watching like the Hill House kind of comes crashing down at the end because it lacks what Bly Manor excels in.
Yeah, and like it's fine to want those kinds of stories where you have where it's all less mysterious, but it's not like by not being that kind of story, Bly Manor is flawed. It's just a different kind of mystery.
I think by the end of Hill House, because I was so invested in the characters, like I could look past some of the inconsistencies of the mechanics of it, just because I just wanted to see what would become of them. I wanted to see who would survive and how it would play out. Whereas with this, I wasn't quite as invested in the characters themselves, so I didn't care that much. And so I was looking more at how this was being presented to me. And, you know, I was just watching it like, yeah, I just feel like I'm watching a video game with set rules on how governing how this world functions. And
that sounds like nothing but a positive.
It's...
I mean, you always want there to be set rules, but the difference is like how explicit you make them to the audience. You don't want your ghosts to just be able to do anything at any time because the plot demands it.
Yeah, I think there's a balance there, but just it was so kind of prescriptive in this. It's like, okay, you know, Quinn can possess people for a certain length of time, but he can't go beyond this specific boundary of the house, and he can only like appear for certain amounts of time to people. Like just all these kinds of things.
Horror, by the way, it has rules. Like curses, like the parameters of curses are one of the most classic aspects of, you know, spooky stories that we have. How someone dies and they put a curse, and the curse has rules, and the curse has limits, and the curse has, okay, if you do this, this will happen. If you do this, you're okay. That's been a kind of a mainstay in a lot of stuff since I don't even know going far how back.
I think the difference here being that this isn't so much a curse that a person has to work their way out of or find a way to circumvent or whatever. This is purely a story of, you know,
the curse is circumvented and it is cured.
It's not cured though, is it?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's neutralized temporarily, but ultimately it gets the better of.
It's cured.
No, because it comes back for Danny.
Oh, so if we don't consider that, so Bly Manor, which is a cursed place because of this ghost, Bly Manor is no longer a place where if you die, your soul gets stuck there for eternity. That's gone.
Well, I mean, I suppose, in that respect, the place is no longer haunted. But I guess my point was, Danny doesn't escape from this. She sacrifices.
Yeah, she sacrifices herself. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I was looking at it.
Yeah. So that's it. Fixes the curse. That makes the curse.
Hello, Wumbo.
Well, hello, MauLer. Nice of you to join us.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I thought it was 40 minutes from now rather than I think I haven't actually changed the time on my alarm clock from the clock's rolling back. So my bad. I apologize for that. Hello.
Hello.
We're on the topic of rules with ghosts, is it?
Yeah, we were just discussing Bly Manor and going through various aspects of it.
Wonderful.
Yeah. How did you find it? I believe you enjoyed it.
It's possibly my favorite TV show behind Buffy and Angel.
Wow.
Which is a show that has way more problems objectively. But and same for Bly Manor having problems. But yeah, I think I've been hearing bits and bobs about it. But like Hill House, my big issue with it was the two big issues I had with it was ruining the mother character in the final episode and the ghost mechanics completely fucking everything in the whole season in terms of how anything works.
What about, hang on, you have another problem with that I know.
Oh, go for it. What is it?
My child is dead. Let's cut a deal.
Oh, yeah, the Dudleys. Everything to do with the Dudleys is fucking absurd. But Bly Manor, like, there's a couple of issues in terms of how everything works, but I was beyond impressed with how they managed to contextualize a whole bunch of crazy nonsense ghost stuff into a system, which is impressive to me with any horror when they can actually show you all of these spooks out of context that are nice and, you know, you're watching, you're just like, whoa, like a woman without a face yelling at someone as she breaks their neck and drops them to the ground, or whatever else. And then by the end of the story, they have like, oh, well, that happened because of this. And you're like, oh, shit, that actually lines up. Sweet. Rather than Nell's husband had an aneurysm and it might have been caused by the house, but probably wasn't. Whoops. You're like, okay, that sucks. I guess that's scary.
So many of the ghosts didn't really have a payoff, though. Like,
name one.
The plague doctor.
What do you mean by no payoff?
It did have a payoff, though.
He was just a guy that got killed.
So
there was no real history there. There was no
there's a history.
I know all three of us want to do this one.
All right, either of you are welcome to do whatever you want. I'll just.
So the payoff of the plague doctor and all of the other ghosts is so like you see it and you assume it might be some spooky thing at first. It's like made quite clear to the audience that it's there, that there's this plague doctor ghost. And like throughout the whole show, as you see, you might notice all these different ghosts just in the background of shots. Mm-hmm. And you think, oh, maybe they're going to be something sinister. Maybe they're going to factor into the plot. And what they end up actually being is like the tormented, like the horrifically tormented victims of the tragic situation. Like they are, the payoff is tragedy. It's oh shit, these are like, this is just like bodies strewn everywhere, essentially. This is just a sign of how fucking terrible the situation is.
Yeah,
all of these people have fallen into this trap.
Yeah. Coming to understand the fate of all of the victims of Viola here, coming out of the lake and going back, is part of the tragedy of the curse.
I'm a little confused.
She's just randomly going around murdering people, and like they're not people who.
It's not randomly
who
going
are kind
around
of
murdering people.
Well, okay, people who happen to get caught in her path randomly because they were stood in the wrong place, I guess.
But like,
you know,
and
I don't understand the mechanics of how the Plague Doctor works. Like, we can see him. Can the other characters?
No,
they can't. It seems, but like they can see Viola and they can see Peter and they can see Rebecca. Like, how can they see them but they can't see him? I don't get that.
Eventually, a ghost can learn to show who and who they do not appear to.
So yeah, it's made pretty explicit that the ghosts can choose to appear to certain people and not to other people. Based on their frame of time.
Why did he never try to appear to anyone? Why did Viola's sister never appear to anyone?
But
over time, the ghosts, like who they are as people, just completely fades away. They're no longer capable of making conscious decisions, and they act purely based on instinct and echoes of the people they used to be. And by that point, they're no longer making these decisions consciously. Viola is always visible because that's the state of mind that she is left in after everything that makes her has been washed away. And other ghosts just sort of flip in and out, not actually aware of who they are or where they are.
And they don't have the same power that she does, in the sense that she is the one who has all of this started. She's the source of the curse itself. Whereas the others will fade away and become much more passive, to the point where they're just standing around with probably no real awareness as to why they're even there at this point. Whatever's left of them just is around. She continues her task. It's her hatred and her drive and what that's reduced her to that is the source of the curse.
Well, they all sort of continue whatever it is. They all like remain as echoes of who they once were.
Yeah, but for them, that's just essentially, they're just sort of still around.
Well, I feel like they could be doing things, but the show doesn't develop that because it's not like important to the story. They all could have their own stuff going on.
For example, Viola's sister temporarily reappears because the little girl is aware of her at one point. Like, she starts to stir in the background when she's hiding in the attic, and she's like, "Shh," you know, and she stops moving again. So okay, she can appear. So
that's caused by Flora singing a song that she recognizes. It's been like, it's set up that song is like part of that song is in a music box that's like all in the house. You see Viola singing that with her sister. You see that song in the flashback episode, but you also Flora sings that song in the modern day. She recognizes it, reappears, and starts singing with it. Not even sure who she is, but just remembering.
Nice. I didn't even realize that, Jay. Good job.
I didn't even twig that, to be honest.
It's full of these little fucking details that you don't notice until you're like, oh wait, shit.
I was just going to clarify, by the way, the Plague Doctor has like a collective minute of screen time. Why were we expecting him to be some kind of like major payoff? And why is it not having a payoff that is a major payoff? Why is that like a problem?
Well, I think because you do see a lot of him in the early episodes, particularly like out of all the ghosts that are kind of hidden and like, you know, you see them in the background and stuff. I think he's the most prevalent because he's so visually recognizable. And you kind of think, okay, well, if this is something which is hidden and the show is obviously making these, these overtures that this is something you should pay attention to. This is something which has got a meaning. It's going to be relevant at some point. You kind of think, okay, well, I'm interested to know more about this Plague Doctor. What is it? Where did it come from? What does it want? You know, and then when you actually find out what it is, it was just a guy that Viola killed. Okay, for me, that's not very dramatically sasatisfying.
Oh, I just wanted a little. Personally, I guess.
Like, what did you? I can only go by what I was kind of feeling, I guess, when I saw that.
Yeah. Did you have any Did you spot the vicar or the soldier? Because obviously
didn't see the soldier. I think I saw the vicar once in like a doorway or something.
The first big sort of moment from spotting the soldier, other than I guess some others, is when she confronts the, for lack of a better term, the ER ghost. He's like, there's a shot where she's looking at the ER ghost, but like to her right, the soldier's right there. And well, I guess what if someone made the claim, it's like, well, where was the soldier payoff? Do you think that would be fair?
Not really. Like, I mean, like, not having seen it even, and even being aware of it until like we were talking about it tonight, like I can't really say. Like, I felt like the Plague Doctor was used more heavily, and it was very, like, there were certain scenes where it was actually in the foreground of the shot, like you see it turning towards you know, Danny as she's leaving a room or something. So it's like, okay, that's an important thing because the camera, the makers of the show want us to see it. The soldier seems like it was really subtle.
Well,
in which case,
you want to see the background ghosts at least once, because then, like, actually learning what they are, you're like, oh, there were other ghosts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you see these shapes, you see these characters in the background, and then when you learn, oh, these are the victims of the situation strewn about. I mean, for all of us, that had a dramatic impact of finding out, oh, they're just part of the victims. This is tragic.
And I will say, like, the show gave me the impression that the Plague Doctor was no more special than all the other ghosts they showed lined up in the dollhouse when they go through them. It's like, so he's one of this system. Something's happening that's making all of them here. I wonder what it is.
Did you have the same issue with Hill House and how the ghost we got no explanation or payoff or consistency on any of them?
In terms of, like, did I want more of a dramatic payoff or more of a kind of, I guess, background for each of the ghosts or anything like that? You know,
Poppy is delivered as like the villainous ghost, but we know nothing about her other than she was the girlfriend of Mr. Hill from the psycho hospital or whatever.
I mean, I had my own issues with Hill House, so yeah, it would have been nice to have more consistency with or at least more of a payoff with some of these ghosts.
Yeah, so yeah,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that show was perfect or anything.
Right.
Yeah, I just I've heard this complaint a couple of times about the Plague Doctor, and it's just he's a man who wore a Plague Doctor outfit because he was a Plague Doctor, and he was killed in the house, unfortunately, by the pathway of Viola. I don't know why there would be anything else to it.
I guess I just hoped for a little more. I mean, maybe that's just me, but you know.
No, a lot of people did, and that's that's how it goes, I suppose.
I think like, I didn't. Yeah, I think because you guys are kind of talking quite a bit about the sort of tragedy of this curse and how it's quite emotionally affecting. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I didn't quite get that. I didn't get that. I mean, I get what they were going for. I just never felt that emotional kind of connection to it. Maybe in the same way that you did. And I don't know if I'm missing something somehow, but I just found when I was watching that flashback that went on forever, I was just rolling my eyes by the end, man. It just never stopped.
Well, it was an episode that sets up the mechanics and the whole backstory and adds characters and is its own self-contained story and is an excellent sort of classic horror tale.
Yeah, so for us watching that, we know that we've got most of the pieces of the puzzle. We know everything that's happened in the modern day by that point in the story. But we are all very aware, especially because Hill House never really explained where the ghosts came from, what was up with any of it. We were all very aware that was still a huge chunk that the show hadn't done anything about. And then we suddenly see it going back, and it fills in the last pieces of the puzzle. It answers like all of the remaining questions in one short, well, not
short.
Medium. Well, it's short for like a horror story because like most horror stories are like but it's comparatively short to the rest of the season, like being its own story.
For me, right? Here's some of my issues with it. Right, it's a flashback,
it's long, but if it's a story, it's short. And
it's framed as a flashback because it's a component of the whole episode. It's not the entire episode. It's part of it. Right?
Flashback is the whole episode.
Well, it's like it's not the whole episode in terms of it has a framing device where like they open with what's going on in the modern day, and then they like, and here's what happened before, and then right at the end of the episode it starts getting back to the end of the day because the story sort of ends in the modern day.
It's the vast majority of the episode. I don't know if it can be called a flashback.
It's in the same way that the whole show is a flashback from the wedding in 2007.
Yes, exactly. So you've got a flashback within a flashback, essentially.
Well, I'm saying that I don't think that is a flashback.
Well, no, but this is something that opens with, like, Danny has been grabbed by the lady of the lake. She's getting dragged away. Cut to the next episode. Go into the flashback to explain the entire origins, everything you ever want to know about Viola, and then it's straight back into her dragging Danny away. So it is a flashback from 1 second to the next. And so that's what it is. But for a flashback, it's insanely long. It's really convoluted. It's got a really bad narration that describes everything that you're seeing.
How is it convoluted?
How's it convoluted?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So you're because you're setting up this really complex, like, family dynamic of, like, okay, the patriarch of this household has passed away. You've got two daughters who are inheriting everything, but then they can't get it because, they're women, so they need to marry. Then one of them gets married, but the other one falls in love with the guy. Then one of them gets, like, has a child. Then she gets TB. Then she's dying, but then she decides not to die. Then it goes for 5 years. Then her sister kills her.
Wait. Sorry. Do you say she decides not to die?
Yeah.
She's
on her death.
So
she's on her death.
She's determined not
and the
to
priest
die.
is like, okay, you're dying. We have to pray for your soul. And then she's just like, no, I'm not going to die. And then
do you know how tuberculosis works?
I'm pretty sure it's a degenerative lung disease that will eventually kill you.
15 years to die.
You can. Like, that's
it doesn't always kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can survive it even.
Yeah, I mean, you could live a long ass time with
like you could historically survive it. This isn't just thanks to modern medicine. People did recover.
I probably said it was tuberculosis.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, if she's lying there in bed and the priest is giving her last rites, they must have a pretty good inkling, like, yeah, she's about to go. Like, they wouldn't do that if they thought she was going to pull through.
So but they also thought that, they also thought that putting leeches on her and cutting her arm open was going to heal her. They weren't that big on their medical knowledge in those days.
No, but I think they would have seen enough people who were on their deathbed to know she's on her deathbed.
Okay, so modern medical science and what we know about tuberculosis shows that there's absolutely nothing inconsistent about what we see in the show.
People with tuberculosis would be bedridden, like, almost throughout the experience, whether they survive it or die after 15 years. Like, we're not showing anything that can't happen or didn't happen IRL.
I don't know, man. I mean,
what part is unclear? That's how tuberculosis works.
It's not that she decides not to die. She's just determined to pull through, and she does. Like, a lot of people, when they're terminally ill, are determined to pull through.
I'm sure they are, but they still die. Like, I think determination gets you to a certain point, but, like, at a certain point, physical degeneration becomes.
That's probably why they specifically said it was tuberculosis she had.
And she does die.
Because her sister murders her.
Yeah, but, like, she doesn't recover. You don't know how long she would have had left. Like, you can't claim that she survived TB.
Yeah, she had it for, 6 years or something?
Well, so she was at the point where they felt that she was about to die. And so they've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, she's really ill, really seriously ill. We need to give her the last rites because she doesn't have much longer. Well, like, and then well, okay. I mean, I'm not, I'm not a doctor, but, like, I presume if you're at that point where people are giving you your last rites, they've got an inkling that you're going to die. But anyway, it'll be fine.
It's fine. A year and a half with TB, but there are cases in which it went much longer.
Okay.
That's a thing that could happen, even though.
Just like Peter getting killed by Viola. It was unlucky, but there it is. It's a pretty it's an unfortunate thing, but there we go. And, someone surviving for 5 years with a terminal illness like what we have here. Okay.
It's not terminal.
Tuberculosis is something that you can survive and you can linger on with it for a long time. That's what tuberculosis is.
If they know that she could die any day, but it's possible that she survives a long time, they could, they can.
The last rites.
They do the last rites because she could die any day.
Yeah. And if they don't give it to her, then,
And, it's better to do the last rites and go, oh, no, she pulled through, than to not do the last rites and, oh, she's dead now. Fuck.
Okay. So, well, let's go with that then. So she has, she has pulled through, or she has lingered on for a good number of years. So now we're at the stage where her daughter's growing up. Her husband goes away on business. Her sister murders her because she's sick of her. Then that's when she starts to, she reanimates as a ghost. She's not quite aware of her predicament. She sleeps, she wakes up, all the rest of it. And then she starts to, then she murders her sister when she opens the trunk. Okay, another thing. Then she, the trunk gets thrown into the lake. Then she's sleeping in the lake. And then that sets her up for the kind of situation that she's in when we find her, where she comes out of the lake periodically, following the same path mindlessly up to the bedroom, like a kind of zombie. Okay, it's just a really long chain of events, and there's an awful lot going on there that I feel like you don't necessarily need. For a flashback, it seemed to just go on for a hell of a long time, and I didn't feel like I needed all that stuff.
Clearly, you could just go without it and have huge issues with your story.
But it's also its own story. Like,
yeah, it is its own story, which is one of the reasons I loved it so much. Like, it was a backstory that was its own.
I wish I could have loved it. I wish I could have. I never connected with it. I was just watching it. I was listening to the narration, describing everything that was going on, and I was just rolling my eyes, and I was bored. And I wanted it to kind of progress beyond that.
I was
maybe that's just me. Like,
what was going to happen, and how they were going to explain the story, and why this place was different than other places.
Considering the public reaction to the show, it's definitely not you. But I wouldn't consider it like. I definitely wouldn't say that these are flaws with the show, but these are elements that are not to a lot of people's tastes.
Yeah, everyone's spamming drinker is right. Like, I think you've got people who agree with you. I'm looking for structural issues rather than whether or not people liked it, because I loved it. So I'm just curious where
I didn't. I'll tell you another thing that I didn't think worked particularly well. Then, if we can move beyond TV.
Sure.
When we're
you can move beyond TV, so.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So one of the central aspects of this story is the romance between Danny and Jamie. It's as they say in the very final episode, it's a love story, not a ghost story, or at least that's how they want to frame it. Really. It's going to rely on you crafting a really good relationship between them that you can get invested in. It felt like they tried to do 90% of their relationship development in like the final 15 minutes of the show. Okay. By that point, I didn't care because the story was over, and like we'd barely seen them interact with each other.
So that's so wrong, though.
Okay.
That's so wrong.
Did you get a really strong sort of sense of their relationship throughout the show?
Yeah,
like developing
by
over
all
the season
scenes where they converse and talk about each other and open their hearts out to each other. Yeah, by those scenes.
I mean,
yeah,
I think there was like one scene where they really.
I'm sorry, you weren't paying attention. I guess I don't know.
All right, look. So the reason why I liked their relationship almost from the get-go is their first significant interactions on both ends are both at a time when they're let's say weak or vulnerable. First being Danny having a panic attack relating to ER. She interprets it as her trouble looking after the kids. She makes a joke about it. They can connect. And then the next time would be when her flowers are cut and she gets absurdly angry, or at least it appears that way.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny's right there, like, she's like, yeah, okay, I'll talk to him. It's fine. But like, they're both very, very vulnerable. They're both there for each other, and they have that little thing of like, can we go back to you being the one who's out of control? I think that's only in 2 episodes. By the third one, they spend a whole time on the sofa just talking about relationships. Of course, starting with Quint and Rebecca. And then when they realize that Hannah's fallen asleep on Owen, they're commenting on that too. You can spot Danny just watching Jamie sleep. This is all before the end of episode 3, I think. And what I'm saying, I don't want to condescend and go through the whole season. I'm just saying that there's loads of beats for them building their relationship, even from the get-go, where she's just having fun with the kids in front of Danny. Danny loves children, especially those two. So it's already a foundation for her to be like, this person's kind of cool. That's just an intro. But
and we have the backstory of her and the ER ghost and how that weaves in with her entering into a relationship as well.
I feel like you should clarify that by ER ghost.
Glowing man guy.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate imagery for the show.
Because I can call him Edmund. I just don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about if I say Edmund.
Yardmund.
Yardmund. Yeah, I was super invested in their relationship, and I thought the last episode was them getting the life they wanted, but it's got a timer on it, which is really tragic.
What? Man, what is wrong with me? I feel like I'm coming across as like a cold-hearted asshole with stuff like this, but honestly, I never was able to engage with it in that way. Like it didn't really grab me, I suppose, and I didn't get invested in their relationship. It felt to me structurally like they kept it really, really light all throughout the season, and then they just put this massive chunk in at the end. Again, kind of like the issue I had with the flashback, it was kind of just dragged on for too long, and it felt like it was just too much at the end. It was just dragging out the ending. Maybe that's just me, but
the end is
people not liking it.
Yeah, the end is where we see them finally, having left Bly Manor, are now in the actual relationship more solidly, and they live together, and they go through with the flower shop and everything like that. So it would make sense that would be the most we see them together, because that is the resolution of all of their quote unquote dating and getting to know each other and warming up to one another. But there is a lot of things where they do talk to each other and open up to each other, and they ease into a relationship with the hand holding and then the kissing and the way they
I guess what I would have liked is a few more of those quieter scenes in the manor where maybe something's happened, one's comforting the other or something like that, and it's touched upon just a little bit. I would have just liked to have seen more to kind of solidify or kind of make that relationship, I guess, a bit better developed, and I would like to have seen it build.
I honestly feel like there's loads of this stuff in here that just I feel like if you rewatch it at this point with the attitude of just having her had this discussion, that you will see more, because there's a lot of stuff they do that is quite, it's over quite quickly, but it builds up a lot. They have all of these scenes together where they have a lot of scenes together where they build a relationship, and they share emotionally impactful moments together, and they share hardship, and they help each other through hardship. And I feel like a lot of those scenes are quite short, but they also do everything they need to in that time.
When Jamie explains her position on plants versus people, what do you think of that scene?
Pretty good. Yeah, because is that where she kind of opens up about how she went through care homes and stuff like that, and
yeah, she's just essentially giving us context in episode 6 of why she is the way she is and why she's going to invest in Daniel, or has been. Yeah,
so that's a good example of a scene where it's well written. Like they do it well. It starts to show them getting closer. It gives them like you say, it gives context for her background and why she is the way she is. It's great. It's just classic characters talking a little bit about their background and sharing a bit of themselves. I guess I just would have liked to seen a bit more than that. More of that, sorry.
Yeah, I was really satisfied with how they did the whole season. That one was the big sort of moment where I was like, yeah, these two are going to be together for the season.
People are complaining that there's no invisible man. He said you just can't see him.
Yeah, that's the advantage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you guys want to talk about Bly Manor. Obviously, we did have Invisible Man to cover as well. I'm happy to also, take the steer on this.
I could talk about Bly all night personally.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I'm
so deep and well written.
And I just want to point out, I like talking about this stuff. I didn't realize chat is so antagonistic. They're like, wow, they're just like the people they cover on EFAB. It's like, what did I do?
We're being consistent about how good it is to have mechanics that are explained, inconsistencies in the story, and how that's good writing.
Yeah. The thing is, you're on my channel at the moment, right? So I guess most of the people tuned in will have agreed with my review. But if we did this on your channel, MauLer, it would be the opposite, probably.
I'm not even sure, man. I'm not even sure. People,
it's weird. So much pushback on Bly. We were like, man, this is one of the best things we've ever seen. We were so happy with it, and we would have finished it in one sitting if we could. And we were just thinking, it's how insane is it that there is a universe out there where everything is written this well. And then we come out to see that apparently people either didn't get it, or they weren't paying attention, or they just didn't see scenes, or and it's depressing.
I wanted to go, like, I went into it really excited and wanting to love it.
Also, Drink, is the one saying Selma's not good? You need to ban them, okay?
What, sorry? Soma, oh, right, yeah.
Who didn't like Soma would be the kind of people who wouldn't.
Yeah, you secure that shit. Yeah, I guess for me, like, it's, you know, it was much more focused on being a kind of relationship drama than anything than Hill House had been. Fair enough. You know, I guess I went in with the wrong expectations. You know, the ghosts weren't nearly as interesting or as scary. The relationship didn't grab me in the way I'd hoped. So, like, the central tenet of the show that it's meant to stand on, for me, it just wasn't as emotionally engaging as I'd hoped it would be. So it kind of, both aspects of it fell down for me, and that's why I personally found it a bit disappointing compared to Hill House. You know, it's really interesting to hear your guys' takes on it, though, because, you know, maybe you've seen aspects of it that I just didn't notice or I didn't pick up on, or maybe you were able to read more into certain things than I did. I'm not quite sure. It would, like you said, Jay, it would be kind of interesting to rewatch it, having us had this conversation, and see if there's things that I just didn't get the first time around or I didn't notice. I think there's, like, I'm not sure.
Mechanically, everything about the show, like, works except for, like, a couple of things, like the moment in the finale when characters arrive and said, "We had a weird dream," and you're like, "What?"
Yeah.
That
yes. Like, yeah, that was convenient.
Most of the parts of the show, like 98% of the show, works on a mechanical level.
Can I ask you guys some questions about the mechanics?
Sure.
Again, because it's maybe something I don't perhaps understand. So, Hannah, for example, is a ghost. She's been killed, but she doesn't realize it, and she doesn't kind of accept that she's a ghost. And because of that, she's able to interact with the physical world around her. She can eat and drink and talk to people, and they can all see her. She wears different clothes. She seems to go home sometimes and then come back, like, to start her shift at work. How does that work?
So she never goes home. She's just sort of not materialized.
Are you sure? Because isn't there times when she's escorted home?
Her home is the house. She lives there.
I thought she left sometimes.
No, so she used to, but her husband left her for another woman, and then Charlotte offers for her to live in as the housekeeper, which of course accounts for the fact that if she had a family to keep an eye on her, or if she had a house to return to, it surely would cause problems. It would seem...
I presume she couldn't go beyond the boundaries of the house even if she tried to.
Yeah. And,
which I guess is their way of sidestepping that problem, but then it's like, well, you know, it isn't... Well, the fact that she's dead, essentially, she is a ghost like all the others, but she is able to appear visible to them essentially all the time. She can touch things, she can move objects around, you know.
But over the course of the show, she's slipping away, and she's not going to last for long. Is quite. I feel that's quite clearly implied.
Yeah, well, we watch what happens in terms of she is going to have to address it eventually. Her subconscious is shouting at her to address the fact that she's dead.
And that's what episode 5 is.
It's so fucking good.
Yes, episode 5. I think we can all agree on that. Is really well done.
But then, in terms of why she can touch stuff and why she can interact with the world, it's quite clearly established with Peter. Actually, they show him going through and learning all of the mechanics of being a ghost. They show him figuring out what he can do and what he can't, and it's quite clear that whether or not you can interact with the physical world, whether or not you can be seen, is dependent on your state of mind and like how you're actually approaching the situation. So he can choose to be seen or to interact with physical objects. He can put himself in that frame of mind and do it. But at certain times, he slips out of the frame of mind, and he, because of him slipping, is like unable to appear physically. And that happens in the episode where he has Danny tied up. He slips away and he disappears.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but can he touch things?
Yeah, he's shown touching things.
What does he touch?
When he right when he first dies, he I can't remember what he's holding. It's like a doll.
It's the doll of Viola.
So he's holding the doll, and it slips through his hand, like it literally falls through his hand.
Oh, and he kind of concentrates for a second, and then he's like, oh, and then picks it up.
He tries to pick it up again, it goes through him again, and then he concentrates and picks it up. And because it's dependent on state of mind, I feel it's very reasonable that Hannah is because she doesn't even realize she's dead. She is in a state of mind where she's always interacting with the physical world. She never even accidentally goes through anything because that's her constant state of mind. She just thinks she's alive.
Interesting. Okay, I mean it's
even though her subconscious is constantly trying to tell her, like, by the way,
something's wrong with Miles.
This stream has Bly Manor spoilers in it, by the way.
Yes.
The other thing I was wondering about was the doll's house. So it's almost like a mini map that tracks the locations of the ghosts at various times, and they'll kind of move around depending on where the ghosts themselves are. I guess it's so they know where Viola is.
Yeah.
How? Like, is it linked to them somehow, or
do you? Oh, I love you, drinker. I really do. Okay, before I say this, but they have several moments of showing the little baby ghost at the house, and he moved the dolls according to where all the people are at the current time, and that's why they're very obsessed with nobody touching the dolls, because they use it as a tracker for her.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't I guess I didn't twig that that's what he was doing at that point.
No problemo.
No, it's good that he was trained to do that.
Well, it's like you might think, oh, he's like all the other ghosts, he's faded away into just instinctive behavior. And as a kid, he might have played with the dollhouse creatively, but now that he's faded away, he's just moving the dolls completely unimaginatively into the places that the people really are.
Okay. That's
I actually do feel like, in terms of stretches, there are arguments to be made for that one. It's like, oh, it is pretty convenient that the kid ghost moves the dolls to where the people actually are. But I don't feel it breaks any of the rules, and I don't feel it stretches any of the boundaries further than it's reasonable to. I just saw someone in chat. Series was still awful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting points. I feel like...
Well, I don't mind taking I don't want to put you on the back step all the time, trying to find criticism and then waiting for us to sort of pass through them. I'll make a positive claim, see what you think. So, what I loved about Hill House quite a bit was their use of transitions for a lot of movements from past to present or present to past, where door closes, opens up in a different timeline, light turns off, light turns on a different timeline. It's pretty neat. Bly Manor does it less, but they still do it a bit. And there's this one, when you start up episode 5, if you're a viewer who hasn't picked up that Hannah's dead already, because they drop a lot of hints for it, it opens with her at the bonfire, and she hears something behind her. She looks behind her, and now she's in the memory of meeting Owen. I think it's Owen's voice she hears. So transition-wise, that's totally normal, and we're like, so we're going to check out some history for Hannah. This is a Hannah episode. But if you rewatch it with the knowledge you have, that's actually just her drifting back, as she does, to her safe core memory, her happy memory of meeting the guy she's fallen in love with.
Yeah.
Just one of the many instances. Then she starts flowing through, and as the episode progresses, the transitions are more and more disturbing. One of them is her literal neck getting snapped into a new memory, and it's just like, Jesus, what the hell is happening here? Like, that
felt like a real hangover from Hill House, where it's like, the broken neck woman again. That was an effective ghost. Let's take an aspect of that and
thematically on point. And of course, seeing the crack, and then you get some really, really, really clever dialogue that was really fun to rewatch. So, she lights the candles for the dead.
Yes.
There's one candle lit when she enters the place in a memory of talking to Charlotte. And she's like, who's the candle for? And Charlotte's like, it's for you. And then she's like, what? And she's like, oh, getting over it already, I see. Like, moving on, moving up, good stuff. Charlotte's referencing the fact that she's lit a candle for the husband to act as though he's gone. Fuck that guy. He cheated on you. He's dead now. This is all for you. But on, a subtextual level, it's for her because she's dead.
Yeah.
And, it's just clever double piece of writing. Same for she doesn't go to Owen's mum's funeral. And she argues that, everyone mourns in their own way, which is a very real thing. A lot of people hate funerals, don't go to funerals. They like to honor the dead themselves. And she does the prayers in the chapel. Or I'm not sure what that building is called, but she lights the candles. But her line when asked why she's not at the funeral is funerals are for the living, and I'll grieve in my own way, which is like, ooh, because she's dead. Ooh. Like there's little pieces being dropped all over the place with like little double meaning dialogue. And of course, every time she talks to Owen, he further and further questions Miles specifically. Like I think she says Miles and Flora's age, and he goes, Miles, and how is he? And then she's like, he's fine. Like why are you asking that? And the memories get closer and closer to Miles acting stranger and stranger, which is what she picked up on when she was alive, until she spotted too much and Peter had to kill her to allow him to play his games further on, which is the only thing that's keeping him entertained at the house because he's, in hell.
Yeah, I like the... I did like those scenes where it's like it plays out, it starts out as like their normal conversation, and then each time it just gradually becomes not more sinister, but like there's more of an acknowledgement that this is wrong, this is a memory, and it's not something that's happening now. And ultimately he just kind of he'll come out and say, this is not happening, is it? Like we've had this conversation 100 times before.
And it plays with us because we're so used to the format of we see character, then we see a history piece from them to, fill in context for how they operate now. But this is not that. It's the ghost mechanics of, well, what it is to be a ghost, which is part of what...
Yeah, you're a memory, essentially, and you keep replaying certain things. Yeah. I mean, that aspect of the ghosts was fine for me. Like, the idea that they'll fixate on a core memory or a core drive, and as the rest of them gradually fades away, that's all that remains of them. Okay, cool. It's a good way of looking at it, I suppose.
I got particularly spooked by thinking about the ending where the people exit her ability to follow them into just darkness, and she starts to realize this is what's happening, and she starts repeating her name over and over again so as to not forget it. And because I'd come to like Hannah so much at that point, the idea that this is what her existence is, just flowing through memories, which in her case is actually a plus compared to Peter, since what he's reliving is something he considers hell. At least she gets to relive meeting the person that she loves the most at this point, so that's nice enough. But at the same time, you're just flowing through memories, and as soon as you're conscious of that, and the people, you can interact in these memories, but you realize you're trapped, and the only fate you have is slowly forgetting all of it. That is kind of terrifying to me. And it's it's something I didn't get from Hill House, because when I was watching it, I just got so confused. How they portray being a ghost in that show is almost a good thing by the end.
They try to wrap it up like it's a happy ending. When it isn't, it's horrible.
I think it's probably worthwhile, unless you're going for a completely different tone, making it so that the existence as a ghost is not a fun one. I really like what they did in Bly Manor, because I think it just matches what we understand about ghosts, being that they are an imprint of you, but your unfinished business must be dealt with, which is what the core one is, and then the rest are caught in her well of just anger and rage and emptiness, and so they're all cursed with this fate.
Yeah.
I just thought it was really engaging.
Good stuff.
Delightful indeed. Well, it's been a good chat about Bly Manor. I can't necessarily say that it's made me change my assessment of the show, but I'd be interested to rewatch it sometime just to see if I get a different take from it. If I can find something that I missed the first time around, it'd be interesting to do that. But the thing we were here to talk about tonight, I know we kind of wanted to do this first, but we were also going to talk about The Invisible Man.
Oh boy!
I think all of you have seen it, I assume.
Yeah, that's all right.
Well, no, I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, you viewed the movie though.
Yeah, I didn't see The Invisible Man.
It was a strange one. It really was. For me, it had moments of real kind of inventiveness, and it had some effective little jump scares and stuff, but also monumentally dumb at times. It's the way the antagonist was actually taken down was so predictable, and so he should never have fallen for something so obvious as that.
I don't even know that it looks like he was killed if you look at the security footage. If Invisible Man suits exist, and then you watch how he died on the security footage. It's like he was clearly murdered. There's not even a question.
Especially because it's the same method used for other people that he killed in the invisible suit. It's weird that she would use that exact method to try and kill him when that's something they would be specifically looking after.
I suppose it's just what would be provable in a court of law, though. It's like, well, they haven't got an extra suit because she's going to take it away with her and I guess destroy it. The security cam footage, as goofy and unconvincing as it might be, still shows him grabbing a knife and slitting his own throat. So I guess they're operating on the principle like, well, even if the police suspect something else has happened here, they can't actually prove any of it.
Then the fucking thing is that she was wearing a wire, and that would have, I guess maybe she took it off and left it in the bathroom or whatever, but...
Maybe, yeah.
It's amazing that she got that suit on in the really short time that she was like in the bathroom, like because like this thing looks quite difficult to get on and off, and then was able to change back into her dress, and her hair and everything looks immaculate. Just minutes later, it's an impressive feat.
I like the idea that she like cries, then she moves back. She's like, "I'm out of the frame now. I can just stare at you." It's like, well, they could hear that you stopped crying randomly. Why? I don't know.
And they'll see that you're not trying to render any assistance to him. Like you're not trying to like stop the blood flow or do CPR or anything.
I feel like you're not obligated to help someone at that point. And I feel like there are a lot of people who would just say, "Yeah, I was panicking," and that would be a reasonable defense.
It's still the whole scenario is a bit weird, but I think
I agree.
You could argue that the film's not saying she necessarily got away with it, so. You could be alright in that regard in terms of just, I wonder what happened next. Who knows?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if it's intentionally ambiguous or not, but it is just ambiguous as to what happens next and to whether or not she's in the right, really. Or not in the right, but like, you know, it's up to you to decide whether you side with her on that decision and whether you think she was going to get away with it at all.
Yeah. I mean, the problem that you have, like, obviously we're told... you know, that he's abusive and controlling and he's done all of these things to her, but we never see any of that, obviously, because it's all happened prior to the movie starting. And it's even, I guess you could make it ambiguous as to whether he's responsible for any of the murders that happen in it, or was it his brother who did all of it at his bidding? You don't quite know for sure. And then so what you're left with is just the really brief conversation that they have at dinner when he denies being involved in any of it, and then she kills him. So... I mean, it's almost like he almost certainly did do the things that he's accused of, but like you don't really see it, so it's just hard to kind of identify with it, I suppose.
I don't know. I was just going to say, so he's the actor. You can definitely hear that it's him in the car park when he's got her. So you can infer that everything in the mental asylum was him. You know, like that's. I'm assuming that's what she was working with when he was trying to pass it off as it was always his brother. It's like, nah. It's your voice. Like I know it was you.
But I assume he was. I assume he was suspecting her of wearing a wire, and that's why he's saying explicitly, "Oh no, it wasn't me. It was all my brother." But then hinting that it was him by saying, "Surprise."
Yeah, I actually thought that was really good. It tells her what she's looking to know, which is confirmed to me that it was you, so we can start our relationship. And he agrees to that technically, but in such a way that does not give him away to the cops that are probably listening. Nice little touch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think how I guess we can go about talking about this movie. I mean, do we want to go through it, or do we want to just cover broad points? Or I'm happy to do it either way, really.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, it's almost fun to pick out all the problems as you go. So, I mean, there's that. Like, you know,
if we want to start off early, one of the big issues for the beginning is how does the boyfriend find the car in the woods when she has such a
quickly
start? Yeah.
Because he's obviously been drugged, and so like he's kind of not as coordinated as he should be, but he's able to pursue her through the woods, find the exact location that she's gone to when she could have gone any number of directions. I assume she's, you know, it's not like there's just one way out of that property.
Even before that, a car alarm is set off by a dog gently bumping into the vehicle. Like, okay.
Yeah, there has to be a sensitive car.
Yeah. It's just great that like all that work that she put in to do this big elaborate escape is just undone by a dog's arse.
If only she pulled
Of
him
all the
away
dumb
just a little more.
things.
Morler, when you describe the car as sensitive, I'm just imagining like triggered memes about the car.
Well, think about this as well. Like, she's like, "Oh, I'm not going to leave you with a torture device attached." You know, the shock collar. But it's like he's just going to put it back on.
And you
then,
thought
of
about
course,
that.
we see the dog when she goes back to the house. So it's like, yeah, the dog would have just come back. Like leading the dog to run away from the house was. Isn't that what she does? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so she was going to take it with her, I think.
But he
I guess if she'd got the shock collar off, she would have just like put it on a lead or something and brought it with her.
because from memory, she takes the lead off, it runs away, the sound's going off, and then she climbs the wall. And I'm just picturing like, how's the dog getting out? The dog's not getting out at all. It's just gonna come back for food eventually.
Didn't think this one through.
And so yeah, her plan is almost completely ruined because she's like, it's mean that he puts this shock collar on you, and I'm gonna take it off for a couple minutes, I guess.
The thing is, well, she doesn't even need to be chased by him.
No,
like that's just a bit that's there to like, I guess, hook you in. More to the
no consequence for it really that lasts in the film outside of the pill bottle, but again, that doesn't really have a huge consequence.
No,
she could have just left that pill bottle behind when she went and not take it with her, and that would have had the same effect. But I guess they want to hype you up more at the start of the film.
Oh, having him smash the window is definitely for like a oh shit.
Yeah. It's this sort of, it's all there for emotional payoff, but it detracts from how the film actually functions and flows. And I think you could still have a very edgy scene of her escaping without him waking up and chasing her.
Yeah, it's more tense if like there was various, you know, things that that happen. Like she trips over the dog bowl and you're like, oh shit, is that woken him up? And it hasn't. But like you could have a few more little tense moments like that, or still like the dog's about to bark or something that's going to wake him up. She has to try and quiet it down. Like that would have been more fun than just, it's bumped into a car and now the alarm's going off and now she just has to run like a crazy person.
Personally, I think it would have been most fucking tense if she just looks at the security cam feed that she has at one point and he's not in bed and you don't know where he is. And then for the rest of the scene, she just has to escape and he doesn't catch her or anything when she gets in the car.
And they keep doing the shots where she looks at like places and there's nothing there, but we're like, this is called the Invisible Man. So
it's kind of how, because obviously she hacks into his security system so that she can leave the house and she disables all of the cameras apart from the one watching his bed. And it's like, well, how does she know the code or the password to get into that? Like, I assume if he's that paranoid and that controlling, he would have made it something impossible to guess.
You wouldn't think he would allow her to have access to all that. Like, if she's like, you know, partially a prisoner, it's like, why would she know the access to all codes?
Because that is there as much to keep her in as it is to keep any intruders out, I assume.
Yeah. Also, her guessing the ultimate code is like, oh, the day we met. It's like,
it's so fucking contrived.
The thing is, like, this film is just those flaws are like, as well as also the flaw. There's huge flaws at the later on with what's the scene with the legal proceedings, assuming that Adrian has just been kidnapped and that's it. That's just completely like swept away. But the movie is just like these few flaws away from being fucking awesome. Like it is like for a reboot of like an IP, it's super original. And it has all these really effective scenes in it.
I mean, there's just for me, there was so many logistical things that I kept wondering about. Like, you know, he's got a suit that renders him completely invisible. Fine, I can buy into that. But like, you know, he can walk across the wooden floorboards of an old house and not make a single noise.
Yeah, I was also going to bring up.
No way.
Do you remember when he first sort of reveals to her that he's there in the bedroom and she turns the light? Well, she like screams and the guy comes in straight away. I just find it amusing that, like, if it were me and I saw the person standing on it and taking a step forward and I freaked out and I was like, I'm sure someone is here, the door does not open until the friend comes in, meaning he is in this room right now. Everyone, put your arms out like a T-pose.
Just make a circle of trust and close in on him.
Yeah, he's gonna. And then as soon as you can see he's there, of course he could beat the shit out of all of you, but they don't know that at that point. So, because the suit, I guess, gives him super strength. That seems to be the implication.
I mean, he's able to throw people clear across the room, which I guess a normal guy wouldn't be able to do.
To kill him at the end, despite him resisting when he's clearly stronger than she is.
He's also able to like punch through a car window. I feel like the film is just saying he's super fucking strong.
You can punch through car windows.
Yeah, it hurts, but
Yeah.
you can do it.
You can do it.
Well, I've never done it.
Loser.
Well, we've been on some rough nights out, But I mean, there's other things as well, like when she throws the paint over him, like when he's coming up into the attic, and he runs away, and you just hear the tap going in the kitchen, and you
Like
just
a
see
couple
paint
of
splattered.
seconds.
Yeah, and it's like, how is that going to get all the paint off you? Like, fuck off.
I thought that the way better version of that would be that as soon as like she's moved away from him being seen, like a couple of seconds, the tap sound starts, and it takes her a good minute to finally get to the tap. So
Or the shower would be better, I guess.
Yeah. Just it's hard for me to believe that he like turned it on, splashed it, turned it off, and he was fully invisible again. It's like, damn, that suit's real good.
And there's, it doesn't, like, presumably it's covered in water now. It doesn't cause any sort of weird distortion with it where it looks like the Predator camouflage or anything. It's just, it's still perfectly invisible.
It would be waterproof because it's designed to be worn outside in the rain.
Right, but rain isn't like paint. I guess is where I'm going in terms
That's true.
I think it's thick and viscous and.
Also, I see there's an opportunity to just pan around her, and we can see him because of the paint. Just vaguely. I like some of the stuff they do. I think some of it's creative, but I feel like they didn't go anywhere near as far as they could have with their ideas.
Yeah.
Also, he's kind of an idiot.
It's very restrained, I guess, in terms of what he does. Yeah, I mean the whole like. Well, for one, he leaves his spare suit in his house, like on display in his like downstairs workshop, I guess. Now, the police presumably did a sweep of his house after he murdered himself, right? What's to stop them just finding that and being like, well, okay, there's this weird suit of camouflage stuff that allows the wearer to go completely invisible, and surely that would lend a lot of credence to her claims later that he's alive and he's wearing an invisible suit. Like, it's just there, left out, like anyone could see it. Or not see it, as the case may be.
The parts that's left out is the confirmation of his death, which almost certainly would have had police involved, at which point you've just got to assume, okay, so they have police on their payroll, right? Because there's no other way you can get them to like confirm a suicide. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, he killed himself, here are some pics.
Yeah. Just trust me, don't ask any specific questions about it.
But like, I can believe those guys are powerful enough to have dirty cops on their payroll to confirm a suicide.
Yeah, I mean, he probably should have checked up on that suit, because there's even a little control panel on the wall that shows you what the suit sees.
Those suits, like, priceless, absolutely priceless. Yeah. And the idea that you're like, oh, I lost one, whoops, like, what? No, no.
Wouldn't it have a tracker on it, or like, wouldn't he be able to see it's in the closet because I can see from its point of view where it is?
Yep.
I don't know. Like,
there are many reasons why she shouldn't have access to it, and it facilitates the entire payoff at the end. So I feel like, not too great.
I like how. So I guess one of the worries is when you have an Invisible Man story is the technical aspect of when you make the film. How do you have and show, the effects of an invisible character and how the world reacts to it without it looking really silly? It was a concern of mine, but it never felt silly. It never felt dumb.
Yeah.
There's not many scenes of like, random objects floating in midair or anything like that, which can look pretty goofy. There's the knife in the restaurant, but there's little things like the knife in the restaurant or the gun when he's fighting the security guards in the...
Can I agree with you on that one? I like the knife scene in the restaurant right up until, I think it was, I've seen the film 3 times, not because it was literally so prep for this stream, it was part of it, but also because I can do other stuff on further playthroughs. But when it gets to that scene, I was like, I do like this scene for the shock value, but it is so odd that the throat is cut, and then if you watch the cut, it's like the knife flings into her hand and she holds it. It's like, what would have happened if she had a closed fist?
Well,
I mean, he could have. I guess he could have grabbed her hand and like pulled her fingers open and forced it in that way.
I think that would have made more sense. The way it filmed it looks like she was just already. Like, I'm holding this now.
Like she was holding it, And then they pulled it out of her hand and then reversed the footage.
They don't even need to do that. They could literally just have him put it on the table in front of her. Like, what are people going to assume? Like, oh, she's not holding that knife. I wonder who did that. Like, just put it on the table.
So she can stand up in like comedy slow motion, like literally brandishing the knife right in front of her.
Yeah.
It's like, can we make this any more obvious?
Oh, and as someone mentioned in the chat, it's like if there were a security cam in the restaurant, that's over.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which I don't know typical restaurants, but I could picture there would be, right? It makes sense.
A class.
I guess we're just assuming that in this specific restaurant there isn't.
Yeah,
that was lucky. Or maybe he disabled them or something.
She was paranoid enough to be, well, not paranoid because it was justified, but we need to meet at this restaurant and go to this place and play super public, and he somehow gets away with it with nobody noticing. And you think you pick a place where there's explicitly cameras?
I guess he was just assuming, like, well, as long as we're in a public place with lots of people that can
be
around us, she thinks we're safe.
He took the opportunity as soon as it arose, rather than he tried it randomly and it just worked. I suppose you could argue that, but there's still just pieces. You're like, oh, if this was this, you wouldn't have done it or wouldn't have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this film is just a redraft away from being so fucking awesome, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you'd have to. There's a lot of aspects to it, though. Like, it's not just like tiny little nitpicks, like we were talking about the whole finale. It relies on him like losing one of his suits, totally not giving a shit, not making any effort to find it, and then her being able to use it to kill him, and like he never foresees that this could be a possibility.
Does she need to use the suit to kill him if we want that payoff?
Needs to do it if she wants to get away with it, I suppose.
We can change it, obviously, but this is the thing about a redraft. It's like how significant we go in, Jay. We gut in the thing, or are we just tweaking it?
I think we are. I think a midpoint between those. Like, or like we can keep the general beats, but like mechanics, how things are achieved, I think, are all up for grabs.
See, I kind of like the premise of it in that I like the fact that she very quickly figures out what he's actually doing. It's like, okay, he's alive, he's clearly faked his own death, and he's got some kind of suit that allows him to go invisible. It's not this dumb thing where it's like, we know as the audience that he's doing this, but the character takes ages to figure it out, and it's like played as some big revelation. They just get right down to it, and she knows what he's doing. She's trying to figure out how he's doing it and how to stop him. So I like that. It's like it allows the character to just get beyond that thing that just needs to happen to the more interesting stuff of trying to counter him.
Well, it's a horror. Well, it's not really. It's sort of a horror, I guess. There are horror scenes in it, but it's a
thriller, really, isn't it?
Yeah. You're right. It's one where the characters aren't just fucking dumb to facilitate the story, which I really do appreciate. Like, most of the decisions made by characters are logical in this. Well, not logical, but logical to their motivations.
I think there's a lot of room near the beginning, in particular. There was a part of me asking, so is he actually dead? And there is no invisible man. This is a story about like the after effects of abuse or something, and that aspect to it. There was a while where I thought they were really playing around with that idea, and that's what they were kind of going for.
Well, that could have been a really interesting end to, or that could have been a really interesting way to take it. When you think about it, like
the ending's ambiguous as to whether or not he was ever there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
and like, was it actually her the whole time? Was she just making this up to facilitate what she was doing? Has she been so damaged by this relationship?
An example of that working really well, like a scene I actually really liked, was when the was it a sister or daughter of the guy she was with was trying to like console her, and then she had her head down, and the Invisible Man hits her. And then she's like, what the hell? And she's like, whoa, I didn't do it. And it's like, who the hell else did it? As soon as at that point, there's no Invisible Man knowledge whatsoever. So it's just like, you can't argue your way out of that. It's like, oh, some force hit me. It wasn't you. Of course not. Like, it's just I'd like to see a script that relies on our perception of just how reality works, leading to all of the drama.
Yeah. I mean, obviously what they're going for with this movie is just drawing that kind of parallel with, like, it's a person trying to escape an abusive relationship, and so you've got all the thing of gaslighting someone, making them believe that what they've experienced, they're just imagining it, cutting them off from their friends, all of that. And it's like he continues all of that stuff to her after she's supposedly escaped from him. She isolates.
You're
Cecilia
in there.
You cut out.
All right,
a little bit.
can you hear me? Okay.
I'm glad that wasn't just on my end.
All right, cool. Can you hear me all right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Come on.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure if you actually got any of what I was saying there, but yeah. So, like, the movie obviously plays on the idea of an abusive relationship, and like how the abuser will gaslight the person, they'll isolate them from their friends, they'll make them doubt everything that they've experienced, and call their own sanity into question. And obviously, he's able to continue doing that to her after she supposedly escaped from him. It plays out. It's kind of interesting how it's done, I suppose. It built him up to be kind of an interesting antagonist in that he's obviously very calculating, and he understands people very well and how to play on their fears and their insecurities.
Yeah, I'd say that they're working with a lot there, and that's why this isn't a lost cause, this film. There's lots of stuff that I'm like, ooh, neat.
You can turn it into a good one.
This is a film rich with potential that is unfortunately held down by a lot of issues.
It is salvageable.
Well, it's more than salvageable. Like, it's fucking, like, you could get something like to me, salvageable implies that you can turn it into something passable. I think you could turn this into something fucking awesome. Like, I think you could. I think this could be exceptional if you fix it.
I like the I really enjoyed the long kind of cuts, like when a character will be in a room and the camera will just slowly pan over to a doorway or something, and obviously you can't see anything there, and you're kind of left wondering, well, is he there at that precise moment, or is he not? Is she just imagining it? It's a nice way of sort of building up the tension, because you never quite know when something's going to happen.
Yeah, they play a lot to good effect, knowing that this is called the Invisible Man. We're not going to try and we're going to try and just panning around, get you to do all the work. Is he there? Is he not there?
The real Invisible Man was the trauma you experienced along the way.
With this film, that seems to be the thief.
I guess the issue, or one of the issues, is like, as an antagonist, like, Adrian really gets no development because he's never in it until like the last 5 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, he's like a movie monster.
Yeah, I mean, you never get an insight into like what his thought process is or what he wants. One of the central questions that she asks him specifically is like, well, why me? Out of all the people you could have, like, you're rich, you're successful, you're good looking, you could have any woman you wanted. Why'd you choose me? And it's never really answered. Like, he never says it. Like, there's no real insight into that. Like, I never got the impression that she was particularly gifted or like brilliant in any way. She's not particularly beautiful. Like, okay,
wow.
what is? She's not, like, the actress is just normal, I guess. She's the kind of girl that'd be working behind the bar at like your local.
She's just a normal looking person.
She's Applebee's bartender hot.
Yeah,
and,
she'd be working at Wetherspoons in the UK.
I guess we don't have to know why he's obsessed with her. We could just leave it there. But I think I agree with you. Like, it would have been neat to have had more of a picture of this this relationship, I suppose. Because damn, he's obsessed. Also, I don't mean to tangent a little bit, but I do want to bring up just like when I had it on with Jay, I had to mention it as well. Like the whole hallway scene, which is clearly built as like an awesome action scene of Invisible Man versus a bunch of guys with guns and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A gun is dropped next to her at the beginning of the scene almost, and it takes like 5 minutes for her to go, I'm gonna pick this up.
It takes people a lot of time to react with guns. Like, a lot of the security guards are really slow to draw down.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you've just seen one of your guys like get taken down by a an invisible force, you want to get that gun out and you want to start shooting just in case you might hit something.
I feel like my immediate if I saw someone just like flung across the room by seemingly nothing, I don't think my immediate response would be I can shoot something. There's something there and I can shoot it.
There are specific examples, though, I'd say. Like, there's a guy who says, like, freeze to the invisible bad. The invisible bad looks at him, holds up the gun and shoots him. Just like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
At what point are you like, you know what, this has gone far enough?
I guess I'll pull the trigger.
And that's my favorite scene, and like one of my favorite jokes in Rick and Morty is the guy who runs up to the fucking Rick and Morty in summer as they're destroying the Citadel, just points the gun at them and says freeze. And Rick just shoots him and says employee of the month, ladies and gentlemen. It's like it's a trope that needed to be fucking kicked like down, and it's still being done.
Well, at least that's doing it for comedy rather than actual drama where the invisible bad is potentially stopped. That whole film is over, you know? It's just like, damn.
That's the point. It's like this trope is so overdone that it's like, yeah, people are making fun of it already. Stop.
Also, I one issue with that scene is that because his suit malfunctions and it kind of flickers on and off, which is interesting imagery. But boy, is he lucky with when it flickers on and off in terms of when the guard is in his way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole scene is people, it'll like, the camera's like, look how cool this is. We can show you he's there through his flicker, but every time someone looks, it goes off. You're like, yeah, that's just lame.
Yeah, because there's literally a scene where she's like, he's behind you. And like, you know, this guard turns right and then he flickers just before he turns and then he flickers away again. So he's invisible. And it's like, it's so pantomime. Like, it's just, yeah, it's just goofy.
Sure, because it's a spooky looking outfit with its lack of facial features and its you know, just the shape of it. It's very, very simple. You know, it's not like it's scary almost in a weird way. It's kind of scary because it's not scary in an odd sort of way. It's not, you don't look at it like, oh, they built this monster to try and scare me as an audience member. It's more like, yeah, I could totally believe this is a real thing that's being used to terrorize people.
Yeah,
I mean, it's in the shape of it's obviously in the shape of a human form, but it's like you say, it's blank, and I guess there's meant to be something kind of disturbing about that idea of just like no features, no humanity in it. It's just this human shape moving around.
And obviously, it does have to cover the whole face, or they wouldn't be invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so it's all justified that it is just this blank face.
And I think that's how they get around, or they almost use that to explain how it functions, because there's the point where she finds the spare suit and there's like a control panel on the wall that's kind of displaying what the suit can see. So it's almost like that's, if you were wearing it, that's how you would perceive the world.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, I guess it's got cameras projecting inside it or something. That's how you would navigate around. That's
a really efficient way to explain it as well, because it's like, oh, the whole face is covered. How do they see out? Oh, well, when you see one of the suits hung up, there's a display next to it showing what the suit can see, and it's like it's not an explicit explanation, but if you have the question, you can put two and two together.
Yeah, I kind of liked as well, like they set some things up quite nicely. I mean, you know, early on when she's frying bacon and eggs and the pan catches fire because she leaves it too long, and then she, you know, the daughter uses a fire extinguisher to put it out, and you're like, why are you using a fucking fire extinguisher? Just put a cloth on it or something. But then you see later that it establishes the fire extinguishers there in the house that she uses to make him visible, so she can then shoot him. It's like, okay, nice little bit of like setup and payoff.
How you're supposed to put out an oil fire, right? That is accurate, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could use it. It's a carbon dioxide one.
Yeah, you turn the heat down.
Then there's the mace as well. That was nicely little setup, and then
that was a good setup.
I like the payoff being that she sprays. We don't really see anything. We don't hear anything, and then her like, you know, cupboard or table, whatever. It moves as if someone fell into it, which is a nice little creep bonus in terms of just, you know, what's happening, but you can't see it, and you're just like, fuck, like just how terrifying that is, knowing that like someone's there.
Just may still work if your face is entirely covered by weird rubber.
Well, he's got to breathe.
Yeah, because it shows his breath when he's outside, doesn't it? It kind of mists in the air next to her at one point.
So yeah,
so it's like,
if he can see and breathe through it, then it must have gaps that mace could fuck him up.
I assume like mace has to get in your eyes, not in your mouth, right?
I'm pretty sure if it hits his senses,
it's also pretty bad.
Yeah, it tastes and yeah, it's like a combo mace. It needs to make a loud noise and it'll hit all of them. Mace. Buy it now.
Great self-defense weapon.
I did like the scene where she throws the paint on him. It's
Oh, yeah,
just a
that was
nice
really
little,
cool.
nice little jump scare.
I always feel bad about this.
At the top of the stairs, just like looking at her.
This is the thing. It's like, oh, the scare is cool. It's like, yeah, I like it too. And then my brain is like, but, and then names a whole bunch of things, and I'm like, oh no. So, like, his phone, she could have just taken his phone, and he wouldn't have actually been able to stop her. It's got pictures of her sleeping on it, and it's his phone. Like, that's a huge, like, what the fuck? What if she'd, like, grabbed his phone and activated the camera on it, and then did everything she did? Like, what I think I wanted from that scene as a fix, you know, when he attacks her, I didn't actually, like, from watching the film, and I still don't, I don't know why he did that other than to just sort of spook her, because he doesn't want to kill her. So he's attacking her in that scene. He's strangling her as well at several points, and she has to break him off by smashing things into him. So
I wondered at one point if he was actually trying to, like, rape her or something. Like, the way he pins her to the floor, it's like he was going to do something like that, but I don't know.
So, like, I think that's a problem, and I think the other thing's a problem. Let's solve them both at the same time. So the phone being planted is a way for him to just spook the shit out of her, right? And then she pockets it, and then he attacks her to get the phone back to complete his little, like, that was his spook sort of set piece. So it's like I can think of a reason why he would have gotten physical with her, and why he thought he'd be okay by leaving the phone up there. But as it stands, she could literally have had it. I don't even know. I'm not even sure why she.
I feel like what the character's motivation is that he wants to, like, heavily fuck up her life until
he wants to.
I feel like it's okay that she. I feel like it's okay that he beats her up at that point.
Well, I mean,
like that fits with his motivation.
Like I said, we can sort of write it off as he was never going to kill her; he was just going to freak her out. So it's like, okay. But I just think it becomes stronger if, while he's got her down, you can see her pocket, and then he pulls the phone out, and then the fight sort of ends soon after that. Just so that we can be like, oh, nice.
Overall, though, yeah, it does. It seems like just an odd thing for him to do. Like, it seemed more plausible that he would do more things that would play on her sense of reality, and just, you know, whether it's moving objects around, like planting incriminating things in her room, something like that, rather than something really specific, like, oh, okay, I'm going to take my phone, put it upstairs so you can see it. You know specifically now I'm alive. And that I'm coming after you. Like, it would have been, I think it would have made more sense for him to just mess with her head rather than announce that he was back.
I almost think the torment section was, like, cut off a little earlier than normal because of the time of the film. The film's like 1 hour 40, right? And they want to get into the mental asylum, so, like, we don't get to spend much time with the small torments, which would have been, I think, a little more entertaining for me. Like taking her work out of her folder, which, by the way. Not sure I believe. This is what I mean. Every time I think of a thing I like, that I'm like, wait a minute.
So she just didn't even check that it was there before going to this important interview. She just,
like, when you have a portfolio of any kind, like, there is a strong difference between having it empty and having, like, papers and things in it when you move. Like, it's really unlikely. And the weight difference, even with just a selection of papers, I just feel like, if she had just checked, like, that's it. The torment doesn't work, and I don't know.
You would think you would have maybe they could have done something where she checks and the papers aren't there, so she looks for them, and the papers are found next to something he wants her to see.
It's also such a different level of torment to, like, so much of the other stuff that he does to her. Like, he does so much disturbing stuff to her, and then he, like, messes up a job interview for her. It fucking reminds me of the scene in Despicable Me where he's giving the presentation to the bank. And, like, he's got his slides laid out, and he's, like, going through the slides. He's like,
there's a big
the moon. And then he goes to the next slide. I go up in the rocket. And then he goes to the next slide, and it's this picture drawing, as a kid's drawing of him on the toilet. And he goes, I sit on the toilet. I sit on the toilet. And it's like, that's the vibe I got from that scene.
Yeah, because they were super chill there. So it's like the idea that she's like, oh, sorry. And he immediately says, like, yeah, you can send it to us online. It's all good. It's like, oh.
Yeah, there's no real problem.
If I was in that situation that he is in, giving that interview, I'd be like, I assume that, like, she lives with, like, a kid or something, and they took it out, or she has, like, an asshole roommate who wanted to fuck with her, or
obvious mistake that happened. It's all good. Just send it to us later. We can talk about other stuff while you're here. It's not like this interview's worthless or anything. You clearly are interested in interviewing her.
Yeah, and it would have been cool to have just cranked it nice and slowly. So let's just say they both have a coffee. They're both tired. It's the morning, blah blah blah. And she's showing the work, and it's gone. So she's like freaking out. She's like, "I know my work is supposed to be." And he's like, "Yeah, it's okay. So tell me about yourself." And then the second he looks away for any reason or looks behind him, Invisible Man just grabs her coffee and throws it on him. Like the kind of thing that's not. Nobody's gonna die, but at the same time, he's like, "What the fuck?" And she's like, "I didn't do that. That's." I like the idea that she's put in these situations where she knows full well how the hell are you gonna argue this? What, a ghost did it? Like you can't do anything.
Well, there's the other stuff he does, like he sends that email to her sister saying like, "You're an asshole and I never wanted to be around you," and all that stuff. Like, again, that just seems like the kind of thing you could easily argue your way out of. It's like, well, someone hacked my email or something, like, and I clearly didn't mean any of that stuff. I don't know. That just was really glossed over. Her whole relationship with her sister was just kind of surface level. Like, we never really got into like why they don't get along, why they're estranged from each other. Yeah, it's a bit vague.
Mm-hmm. It's almost too comedic. You can sell that to be comedic if you want to. It doesn't matter if it's early game. You can make it so that the ways in which she's losing her sanity are sort of small.
I don't feel like it's comedic when I like it.
I mean, I don't know how you guys would feel.
Invisible Men stuff is comedic.
If you guys were running a job interview and someone threw coffee all over you, I'm pretty sure you'd be pretty pissed.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't get the job.
That's the thing, like, and as well, like, I almost want to see her like think her way out of that situation. Like, shit, I'm so sorry. I've just been diagnosed with Tourette's. I'm trying to get it sorted out, but in the meantime, like, I have these involuntary things I do. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I would like to see her randomly yell the N-word throughout the movie. I think that would be funny.
Just really selling it.
This would have made the relationship with her friend a lot.
Oh my god! Imagine he'd put loads of papers in her thing that just had those words all over them, and he'd be like, "Oh,
or they're just a bunch of dick pics or something."
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, this is a different project.
Oh, this is for a play that I'm in."
Sorry, this is my roommate's portfolio.
You have to forgive him. He's a bit of a crazy racist porn addict. It's really unfortunate.
Those are the three character traits that, like, you think of him and you're like, yeah, crazy racist porn. That's him.
I mean, we all know someone, right?
Play.
But yeah, I would want to start so small. They do with the kitchen knife going off the table and then the food getting overcooked. But just stuff like she's chilling out watching a movie with some people. She's got a drink on like the stand next to her, and he just moves it out of reach when she's watching. And she's like, "That's okay." Just nice and small stuff, but constant almost, while there's another story going on, I suppose. And then you could argue, I guess this is coming back to what we were talking about earlier. By the end, was all of that happening, or was that all of just her being, breaking apart because of her PTSD?
It would have been a much more interesting movie if they'd gone down that route, where it's like a proper psychological thriller of like, is any of this actually happening? Does he have such a suit, or is it all just like a kind of product of her imagination? And you could have kind of an ambiguous ending where it's up to the audience to decide.
Yeah, if they would have played it where there was no she never explicitly saw anything, but she could reasonably expect it. And then at the end, when she goes back and kills him, we learn that there's some strong piece of information about how he probably couldn't have been able to do it all, and then leave it there.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost pushing it too far the other way. I feel like you want it to be explicitly ambiguous if they go in that direction.
Well, I'm saying if we have good reason to believe it is an invisible man, but at the end, because we don't explicitly see an invisible suit or anything like that, at the end when she goes back to kill him, we're pretty much on her side until they reveal some kind of information that would imply that it would be very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult for him to have pulled off that sort of thing.
Yeah, because you could restructure it in such a way that the things that happen, like the little things that he does to her, are things that she could conceivably have set up herself if she was inclined to do that. And so you can almost show that throughout the movie, a suggestion that she set up these things to happen that way to make it look like it was this invisible man, when in fact it was just her. You know, obviously certain things that he does, like there's no way it could have been anything but him. But like you could rejig that so that it would play out a different way. And I think that just made for a much more interesting, ambiguous movie.
Because yeah, showing I mean, when I was watching it and she glances at the area, I was like, oh, okay. So like that's confirmation then, you know. And I guess there was like a moment of just being like, is that, oh, they're doing that? Okay, there's not going to be a question of it. It's just going to be, because I suppose when you have the camera set up that we can see things moving, whether or not she's pushing them, then it's like, okay, yeah, it's definitely not her. But I think, like you said, I don't mean to repeat, just it would have been more fun, I think, if we had reason to believe it was in her head.
Yeah. Or they at least kept us guessing longer. If anything else, if they wanted to have their it is a man in a suit.
As we highlighted when I think we were watching it, it was weird that, you know, she starts to, you know, kill herself, like stab herself with the pen, and he grabs her and she's like, there you are. And I was just thinking to myself, like, it's a tiny room. You'd be able to find him.
Yeah. I feel like just running around like a mad woman would.
Yeah, and he's, you know, he's locked in there with her.
Yeah, the whole night.
Like, what if he needs to piss or something? Like, oh well, too bad,
he can piss in the drain, I guess.
He went before he left.
Dude, you see him like
just a floating dick.
Yeah, you just see him. He unzips the invisible pouch.
It's not the Invisible Man. It's called the name the movie, The Visible Dick. The Visible Dick.
The sex scenes could be incredible if you went down that road. Like
he forgets to zip it back up, and so in the scenes of the mental
in the hospital, he's running away, and it's just flopping up and down.
Hey, there you go.
We're under attack, sir, by a dick.
And imagine they get traumatized and they talk to Steven from Hill House about their experiences, and he's like, "So what happened?" It's like, "Oh, this is penis that's just floating around." Like it was horrifying.
Are you repressing your homosexuality? Manifest as a random floating penis everywhere.
I want to see that movie.
But yeah, the idea that he would have stayed in there. Imagine he fell asleep, and then the day they open up, he's like, "Oh fuck!" And then they're like, "Wait, what was that?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing." Like, nothing at all. Not here.
She, in that scene in the shower as well, like she grabs him and she stabs him, and then falls to the floor and stabs him again, like multiple times.
Punch, yeah.
It doesn't seem to slow him down at all. Like, man,
it's
like, I don't know if
plot convenience. Like they need to justify why his suit's going to be flickering, but at the same time, they can't possibly justify that she could overpower him. Like, it's a weird scene. She's got one arm with the pen, one arm free, and she's stabbing the free arm. He grabs one arm apparently, and then she says, "There you are," and starts stabbing him. I don't understand what would he be doing that couldn't prevent her from stabbing him. Like, is he putting both of his hands on her one arm? Which is absurd, because he's super strong. Like, we wouldn't need to. It's a weird moment, and it's because they need her to stab him several times to justify that he's gonna start fucking up and having to kill everybody in the place.
So that he conveniently would flicker in and out of it.
And then it just stops flickering. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Got better.
Yeah, because I assume things like that, when they're damaged, they're not going to get better. They're going to get worse, if anything.
Yeah, it's not like rain will heal it.
Yeah.
Rain will heal my damaged invisibility suit. Nature is healing.
And even that's the thing. There's so many moments in it where it's like, I like emotional payoff wise, where the guard comes in and he's like, "Hey, get back in bed," and then he just turns and looks, and you see this rising man-like figure but flickering. It's just like, that's a cool visual. I like it.
It is a cool visual.
I think in things like the rain, it would have been good to see it make him just slightly visible. Like, the suit's still functioning, but like you can sort of just see like a kind of distorted shape of a human, just slightly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it makes a real point of showing, like, it's hammering down rain, like really heavy, and it's like, oh, okay, it felt like it was setting that up.
I swear there's one scene where he's visible because of the rain.
I feel like they should have done it a bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Yeah, I didn't. If it was visible in the rain, I don't think I noticed it.
Something I did notice on my watch throughs with different people was as soon as he's killing the officers, like most viewers get this sense of it's over now. You're on record. You've been seen doing it. It's over.
Yeah.
When the film itself knows this, I think, but it doesn't make us feel like it knows it. The film, I think, we don't quite trust it, and it's in this position of like, is he going to get away with this? Because he shouldn't. When the film is like, no, this is like the climax now. We're running into the finale. Like this everything's ending. But it doesn't necessarily come across that way when you're watching it. I found it's sort of like he's escaping, and it's like, well, this is over. She doesn't even have to chase him. She's exonerated now. There's a whole series of footage of him killing person after person after person while invisible.
Well, not just that, but like he doesn't kill them all. Like he knocks a lot of them out, so they're going to be able to testify. Like, well, this weird invisible thing attacked me and my friends.
Yeah, it's like you know, Your Honor, but
like, could you imagine it was like tried to argue? It's like, no, she did all of that. Like, no.
And all the cameras that would obviously be in the hallways.
Yeah.
Tweaks.
Yeah. few tweaks needed for this film.
Tweaky.
Quite a few.
It was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Like you know, we were saying earlier, like it had definitely occasional scenes that were really like smart and unexpected and good fun. But overall, yeah, it's just let down by like kind of a dumb payoff where the antagonist becomes inexplicably stupid. And yeah, it relies on a lot of contrivances in order to function.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff in it, though.
Yeah, I had fun. I just wish it were better.
Like, have you guys seen Hollow Man?
Yes.
The
No.
Kevin Bacon one. See, that's another interesting take on the Invisible Man, like concept, because like it's not a suit or anything there. He's been like phased like slightly out of reality or something. So like he's still physically there, but like it's turned him invisible, and
It's like an injection, right?
Is what, sorry?
It's like an injection, because the original was a potion, from what I remember. Then Hollow Man is an injection, and then this is a suit.
Yeah, and it obviously is he starts out as a scientist who's just like, you know, pursuing this goal, but the more he's exposed to it and the more he's in this position, like it starts to he starts to see the power that he's got with it, and he starts to abuse it. But then there's little ways around it, like they can still track him on infrared because he still gives off heat. So they've got these like, you know, goggle things to like try and look out for him, and he starts then turning against them. So it was actually quite a decent movie. Like it played on this idea of like, well, what would this do to you if you had this kind of power? And you know,
I like the fact that they were like, you need to stay in confinement. We got to study you, make sure you're okay. And it's just there's only so much time that's the case before a human would be like, nah, I'm like a prisoner here. I want to leave. Yeah,
he has problems as well, does he not? Because it's like he can't. You know, effectively, he doesn't have eyelids, so if he's trying to sleep, like he can't do it. He has to wear a face mask or something because like the light just goes straight through his eyelids. Just little things like that you wouldn't really think about.
I think
to wear a mask. That's slavery.
I think the process makes him like crazy as well. I think it does something to his brain. I can't remember.
Yeah, he does start to get more and more unstable. He kills dog, man. It's awful.
Yep.
Yeah, because they were experimenting on animals, weren't they? And like, there's this whole like kennel full of like different dogs and things like that have kind of gone insane from being invisible for too long. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's like an interesting little idea. But,
and there is a Hollow Man 2 as well, which is Christian Slater, I believe, is the Hollow Man in that one.
Oh Christ!
Yeah.
You know it's good when Christian Slater's getting involved.
I'm ready for Dense Man.
That's Vision.
Yeah.
Oh well. So, yeah, interesting movie.
I feel like there are a lot of better places you can take Dance Man as a joke than Vision.
That wasn't a
none
joke.
of them spring to mind.
That's just true. He is dense bad.
He's dense.
Yeah.
That is true.
Not everything has to be funny, Jay. Things can just be observations.
That's observational comedy.
No, observational, not
I
midi.
think all of Adam Sandler's movies could be renamed Dense Man, and it would probably.
There you go.
in fairness, Rags, he often in his scripts is the one who sees through the bullshit. His character will be like the one who doesn't take too much shit and manages to sort of be like, there's like a smart character or pretentious character being like, oh, I'm so clever, blah blah, and then he'll be like, yeah, okay, buddy.
With Adam Sandler movies, is it like
Adam Sandler's an auteur?
Yeah, like 95% of the budget, I think, is like above the line. It's like just like giving himself a massive paycheck.
Did you guys ever see Pixels? Ugh.
No.
I never.
I love getting to answer no to have I seen a thing, and it's to my credit.
Yeah, it's like you've saved 2 hours of your life.
Hey, Drinker, ask Jay if he has seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Have you seen it yet? Or are you still not?
No.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, come on, man! It's just like you got to see it
on my list of priorities.
Well, that's the problem.
It's not the sort of thing that interests me, and I'm sure it's very good, and I'll get around to it.
Look, you can get away with it for a few years, but pushing 5 years, that's when people are going to come for you.
Look,
I'm a little bit older than 5.
It's just 15 hours out of your life. Like, what are you complaining about? You'll be fine. Yeah, the extended cuts are usually like well over 3 hours, aren't they?
Apparently, MauLer's an Adam Sandler expert. I have seen a lot of his movies. Anyone here seen Click? I thought Click was good.
I saw Click. I remember thinking it was okay. I remember it being like advertised as a comedy.
Oh, I just remember being pulled into a comedy, and then it gets all real on you, and I was like,
yeah,
oh damn!
I was like, all of a sudden, I was like, oh shit! Like, oh, we're doing this. Oh boy.
I enjoyed the message. I haven't seen it in like 7 years, so I don't know if it's any good. But I just remember being like, oh, that was nice that they did. They made a point about how you should, enjoy the little things in life and maybe make time for people instead of just solely focusing on work. I was like, that's a good message.
I remember the time where the dog tries to fuck him in the butt.
That's when you know you're watching an Adam Sandler movie.
Also, Christopher Walken's in it. Isn't that like an automatic? Like, it's okay.
Christopher Walken is in like 80% of all movies ever made.
True. Have you seen
Last Dance?
Like, you can pretty much put anything across his desk and he'd be like, yeah, I'll be in it.
We just discovered the other day that there is a Van Helsing 2 where Van Helsing is played by David Carradine.
Yeah, prior to the event.
What? The event. But like, how do you go from like Hugh Jackman to David Carradine?
Well, I think that this is a sequel in name only, or maybe they're trying to tie it together as if this is a modern day, and Van Helsing doesn't really age. So after a few hundred years, he eventually will look like David Carradine. He goes from looking like Hugh Jackman to looking like David Carradine. So,
damn, man, that's a downgrade. Yeah, that's rough. But like, Carradine's been gone for what, 10 years now, easily.
Yes, he came and went.
He died doing what he loved, though. That's the important thing. Listen, we've got quite a few super chats here. How do you guys feel about going through them? Seeing if we can answer a few.
Make
sense of this madness.
We've gone through a few super chats in our day.
I believe you have. Yeah, you do entire streams of like super chat catch-ups. You mad
Sometimes,
man.
yeah, here and there can happen.
All right, cool. Let's see what we got here. So, Connor Doherty says, "A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. I'm glad. Hopefully, we lived up to your expectations." Sax here says, "Drinker, your Bly Manor critiques are poor."
Oh,
I'm cut to my core, man. I don't know how I'm going to recover from that one. But I think the other 3 people on the chat on this stream would probably agree with you.
Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty sure it's clear that it's in the minority to think Bly Manor is very good at this point. That's what I think to understand.
The correct minority.
Well, this will make you feel better. From Gogar, "Hey, Drinker, you are wrong." just about life in general. Just wrong about everything. Man, the abuse. Charles Caballero here says, "For Cobra Kai Season 3, Johnny goes to Okinawa to learn a secret about Mr. Miyagi. Given that the show started going woke, Do you believe the writers will denigrate Miyagi's life to fit an agenda? What the fuck? I have no idea. I really hope not. That would make me sad. Don't Luke Skywalker him, please. Have you guys been watching Cobra Kai at all?
I've been recommended it. I have not watched it.
I think you'd like it. Yeah.
Well,
if you were in it,
whatever's happening now, I don't know.
Yeah, there's only 2 seasons so far. I think season 3 starts pretty soon. Charles Caballero says as well, Hawk gets into a fight with the Invisible Man. We know Hawk will win because he's a legend. My question is, what No Mercy move will he use? I don't know. Flicking the Invisible Man into the stratosphere.
I was going to say, he's got a full choice. Invisible Man can't do shit against the Hulk. He's just going to lose.
So. And again, from Caballero, given that Rocky premiered in November 21st, 1976, will you have that anticipated live cast with Gary Doomcock and Az? Yeah, we'll have one before the 21st November for sure. Mikey Gusler, hail Zack Snyder. Okay.
No, that's wrong.
Like, is he in the chat or something? Like,
oh, hey, Zach. How you doing?
Yeah,
the movies are really bad.
Oh. Good luck with Justice League.
Good luck.
Yeah, Mr. Wise Guy. How's it going, you diuretic thunderwallies? Well,
that's something I said in one of my videos. I can't remember which one.
Diuretic thunderwallies.
Yeah, it's colorful.
Yeah.
I'd say it's going pretty well so far. Stephen Otten. Damn it, MauLer watched Star Trek Discovery and died. Yeah, it was a bit late coming in. It's all right. You made it, and that's the important thing. Yeah, don't watch Star Trek Discovery.
Playing Invisible Man for the start of the stream.
I was here the whole time, just really quiet.
There was just shit moving around in my room. It was weird. Alex K, have you guys seen Carnival Row? It's amazing.
I have. I really got engaged by it. It was a really cool world, but holy shit, it's like 4 seasons of content in the first season. The amount of crazy shit that happens. I really wish they would pace themselves out a bit, but I'm not even sure if it's getting another season or not. But if it does, I'll probably check it out. It's pretty neat. It's like a fantasy world, but also Victorian, and Cthulhu monster is a thing that's in there a little bit. Nothing to do with Lovecraft. It's just you got simultaneously all of these different elements that are just like, oh, this is a cool world. I like it. Heavy on class and like racial disparities and differences and warfare and stuff.
Noodles here says, Drinker, thank you for disliking Bly. Long man wrong. Ooh.
What, is wrong to like it?
Yeah, you're not allowed to like things more. Stop liking stuff.
Well, Batman and Robin is allowed to be liked, and if you disagree with that, I'll fuck you up.
Who doesn't like Batman and Robin? It's just classic.
I mean, like, if you think Bly Manor is like poorly constructed mechanically, you're incorrect.
I would be curious what you think is well constructed.
Like you know, mechanically from consistency standards. To be clear.
I mean, yeah, I'd agree with that. I think so. I think Bly is quite impressive, but emotionally, it's not quite working for a lot of people, which is
shame.
Yeah,
I wish you could see what I see. Patrick Willems.
What is wrong with my feelings? Why are they not engaging? I don't understand.
I actually think just watching it in a group call with loads of people who are appreciating it will really help. Like I mean, I probably wouldn't have appreciated it as much if I didn't watch it in that context. I think I would probably have still liked it, but
yeah, our format was like we were all silently watching each episode, and then at the end of each episode we would discuss it to pieces and look for like what's working, what's not, and then I think if anyone had a gap, someone else would be like, "Oh, well, no, because this," and be like, "Oh shit, yeah, okay, that lines up."
We weren't silent though. Like for the episodes, we said a lot during them, right?
I'm almost certain it's the same as
here and there.
The Hill House ones, where it's like 5% of the total runtime has commentary, but whenever people started speaking, we would be like, okay.
No, I swear I remember thinking, like, as soon as Bly Manor started, like, oh, people are talking more during this one. I think there is a disconnect. I'm not sure how much people talk, but there is more talk in the Bly Manor one. I'm confident. And if I'm wrong, I have to question things.
See, my concern with watching it as a group is that like it's easy to kind of then succumb to groupthink, and it's like, you know, oh, I didn't necessarily like it, but then someone argues about why you should have liked this particular element, and you just kind of go along with it, and then before you know it, you've kind of been convinced to like or dislike something that you might not necessarily have come to on your own.
That might just be you being convinced.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just something I kind of wonder about. It would be interesting to see the different kind of takes you would have. Like, and I know you can't replicate this because you see it for the first time, obviously once, and that's all you get. But like, versus like watching something once and forming your own opinion versus watching it with a bunch of people who are really like enthused about it, or the other way, and just seeing how that influences your kind of take from it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. It's just at that point then it would come down to just people who ended up not liking it, people who ended up liking it, just discussing what was working, what wasn't, and that's the best we can do, I guess. Though, we did discuss what was broken about the season. There's a couple of things, and in fact, I'm very close to finishing the edit for our watch through of Hill House, and our episode 10 reaction is just dour. Like all 6 of us are like,
Yes.
I would need to watch that again because it's been 2 years since I've seen it, so I would need to go back to it and refresh my memory properly.
Mm-hmm.
Another one from Robert Alexandru says, Bly Manor was disappointing compared to Hill House. I lost interest, to be honest, after the 4th episode. I feel like you checked out at the wrong point then, because you probably should give episode 5 a try.
Yeah. It was like the first 3 episodes of like very clearly just set up, and then episode 4 you start getting payoffs, and like every episode subsequent to that delivers some kind of significant payoff.
I mean, one thing I would say about it, like there was never a question that I would stop watching it. Like I was engaged enough to get through to the end, you know, and if I'd genuinely been disinterested in it, I would have just stopped because it's not worth my time. But like I got to the end of it, so like there was obviously that aspect of it.
That's the thing, though. I feel that way about like Chibnall's Doctor Who. It's just like, but sometimes when I'm watching that, I need to call someone for help.
Oh, is that like
I'm starting to question my life.
The Scrap Dalek episode? Yeah.
Yeah. That's the first. I was watching that, and it was genuinely too painful, and I had to call you to be like, "Well, I'm watching the thing I love be fucking garbage. Can you help?" And then
how did you
had a good laugh at it?
How did you feel about the final episode of season 12? The lost.
I've literally never like. I was watching that on my own, and when the thing happened, I literally said out loud, "Fuck off," and that's never happened like to me before. Like it actively got me to angrily say "fuck off" at my screen alone. That's an achievement.
See, I was watching it just like I'm not invested in Doctor Who anymore, and I don't particularly care how much they fuck it up. But even I was like, "Oh wow, I can see problems being caused by this. This really seems disrespectful and dumb."
Well, it's also the most obvious twist to go for. Like, oh, there's this child of mysterious identity, and it's like we're setting up to reveal that it's actually that you know who that child actually is. You know who that child actually is. Like the clear fucking reveal is, it's you. And like, I actually gave them enough credit to be like, oh, maybe they're not going to do the fucking really like cliche level obvious thing, and then they just do. All right, oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's something else, that show, like really is. Devanor here says, "Drinker, you inebriated intellectual. What is your opinion of alcohol abstainers? Approve, disdain, or don't care?" I'm deeply suspicious of a man who doesn't drink. That makes me wonder what he's hiding. So that's
what if they drink water?
Then I'm okay.
You know, I agree with you. People who don't drink
any liquid
whatsoever. Yeah, I'm suspicious of them.
What, like Hannah?
She's a ghost.
Yeah, she drinks wine and tea, and she eats cake batter. So
I don't know. She doesn't drink any of the tea, and I don't think she actually drinks any of the wine. You never see her. You never see her put the bottle to her lips.
And the batter.
Are you sure about that?
I don't. I think I'm not 100%. I don't think you see her put the bottle to her lips.
Well, there's definitely times when you're around the dinner table and she is drinking tea with them.
Well, I would argue that even if she's putting her lips to it, like I don't know if you guys have ever done it, just you don't want to eat or drink a thing, but you can simulate it to fit in, sort of thing, and be like, yeah, I'm totally, but then you don't, like the majority of it isn't even touched, which they show that the cup. And I was going to say the batter is prior to her death, by the way.
Yeah. But I just like the idea of like her drinking the wine or tea or whatever, and you just kind of see it sloshing onto the floor underneath her.
Or like in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that could actually have been happening. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the show ever says like what happens if you pour a drink down a ghost's mouth. I don't know.
Yeah. So, like, I had questions.
Then, like, when she fades away, it just falls to the ground while she was standing.
Hannah drinks so much she pisses wine.
That would make sense.
The ghosts, does she have to piss? Like, does she have to go to the toilet or anything? I don't know.
No.
I doubt it.
I want to know the answers because,
unless they're reliving memory. One of their fond memories was of them.
I've got thematic memories.
Oh yeah, man. That piss in 1985. That was a good piss.
That was the piss to end all pisses. What's the next one? Sparks here says, I love you, drinker, but I got $30 on this verbal cage match. Go easy on him, long man, and best dog, kick Jay.
I'm afraid we couldn't kick Jay.
Yeah, he's in for this one.
It was a good discussion. Did you actually put a $30 bet on this like as a debate? Because that's cool. That's fun.
Yeah, like who are you going to collect this money from?
Well, I guess the person with the bet. Right, yeah. I guess it's the bet between two people.
Well, but
I don't know. Are Ladbrokes taking like odds on this? I don't know.
Well, there were some people who were like bigging this up. I was like, we're just having a chat about it. Like,
yeah, it's a proper debate. Like we were just, I was genuinely like wanting your guys' input because, like I say, like I just felt like there was something I was missing with this show that I wasn't quite engaging with, and I was hoping you guys would be able to kind of clue me in a little bit. And we can compare notes, and that's what we've been able to do. So it's been interesting to talk to you.
I would love to do a full-on debate about the show with someone at some point. That would be fun.
You're going to get a whole bunch of offers from chat.
I think so.
Yeah, cool.
You say that like they're not worth your time, Jay. How rude.
You suck, Jay. I hate you.
I want to debate chat on Bly Manor.
Yeah, chat says some crazy shit.
Personification of chat.
Okay, Native here says, your ISP knows you haven't seen Quigley Down Under. Oh, fuck, man. Leave me alone with that movie.
It's a great movie.
It's like, honestly, I'm going to be taking a dump one day and this dude will be at the door like, that's not the way Quigley would have done it. It's like, I'll just to silence this, I will watch Quigley Down Under sometime. And I don't know if I'll do a review on it, but I'll at least be able to talk about it in a stream. Miranda Sinistra says, why must all my favorite content creators stream at once? You, Nerdrotic, Midnight Sedge, you've got 3 streams going and I can't choose one. Well, obviously you should choose this one.
Yeah, this one's clearly the one you need to be.
I mean, if there's any competition there.
I can start streaming as well, although you probably not into me. If I feel like there's not a big Venn diagram there with Nerdrotic. I don't know why. I feel like we don't make similar enough stuff.
Doctor Who, definitely a crossover.
Yeah, but I haven't made like much Doctor Who content. I have like one video about Doctor Who in the last year.
Coming to streams, but right?
No, yeah, that one as well.
Star Trek?
That's not actually out yet. Star Trek, no, I've never spoken about it on my channel.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. Okay, Native here says, oh, right, sorry. The butt hurt that Rags has over this adequate show being questioned is kind of funny.
It's to call this show adequate shows that you don't understand it.
Like Rags versus chat.
Fuck him up,
Julian. Yeah. Julian Ajavon here says, long man late. Also, hey, Rags. Also,
hello.
Hey, everybody.
Wow, I don't get a high. Racist.
Yeah, you're late.
That's it. Your reputation's been tarnished for all time.
Oh,
sorry.
Well, wasn't there a hello everybody at the end there?
No.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, hey everybody.
No.
Yeah.
Let me be a victim.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll victimize you.
Oh no.
You are bad.
Oh.
You need to do better. Automata says, would you say that rules don't work well with horror and the supernatural? One of the fascinating elements of Dracula is that it famously shows the application of rationality and empiricism to the supernatural and unknown.
I agree. I think that rules, not necessarily having literally everything being explained, but inconsistencies will make your mind start to lose investment in the stakes. I really like mechanics. The origin of mechanics can be mysterious, but their application and their execution is very important to establishing.
For example,
under normal circumstances, I'm 100% in agreement. I want to know the mechanics of a world, a fictional world, so that I know how it works and I know what the limitations are, so that I can understand what the stakes are. I think with the supernatural, I'm willing to bend that a little bit because I like the air of mystery that you get with it.
Not knowing mechanics and having inconsistent mechanics are different things, though.
Yes, yeah. Like keep it. Like I'm fine with keeping it vague as long as it doesn't. Like as long as there aren't things which happen which just blatantly contradict.
Well, yeah,
your understanding of what's going on.
It's like the Force has pretty clear established mechanics, but
it used to
still got that sense of exactly. But you still understand, like this, the Force still has that sense of mystery. But when Rey goes and heals people, you can still go, "That's inconsistent."
Yes.
Yeah, I would say, like, get better because they stopped following the rules and the mechanics of it.
Like we don't.
Well, here's a good example then, because you've got something like the Phantom Menace, which tries to codify the rationale behind the Force, and that it's like midichlorians and it's like this scientifically observable phenomenon. Then, okay, so you rob it of its mystery and its interest.
Well, the midichlorians could be the result of the Force, as far as we know.
I would also posit that like the comparison of that in Bly Manor would have been if they had a scientist say like ectoplasmic particles, when festered around great emotional trauma, will collect up and generate a spectre. I'd be like, why the fuck are you telling us this? Like this is.
We still don't know basically anything about the hows. We just can observe the rules and see what they are.
Like the process of a person dying and becoming a ghost is still completely like, who knows how that works or why. That's just a universal constant, and that we accept it because it's, consistent internally.
Mikey Gusler here says, Drinker, any movies you're looking forward to next year? Well, pretty much all of them that were supposed to come out this year. It says here, the ones I am excited for are the Snyder Cut of Justice League and the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad. I'm not really excited for the cut of Suicide Squad. I'll be interested to see what they do with Justice League, out of morbid curiosity, if nothing else. I like the fact that, Snyder's original vision is actually going to get made. I have no idea if it'll be any good or if it'll be watchable, but we'll see. I'm looking forward to seeing Black Widow. That'll be nice. I'm not looking forward to seeing Bond, but I am looking forward to reviewing it. So that's what I've got so far. This year's been an absolute fucking bust, man. There's been nothing worth watching at the movies. It's kind of depressing, but I guess next year's going to be really busy as a result. So it'll be nice to just go to the movies again and see things.
No, that's not allowed. It's probably going to be a long time before we're going to the cinema again still. I
mean, I guess there's that difference between it being closed, officially, and it's open, but people feel a bit reluctant to go. I'm one of those people, I'm fine to go.
Is it actually open?
What's that?
Is it actually open around Scotland?
Well, they did for Tenet.
It was, but I think they've closed again. But it's kind of irrelevant anyway because nobody's releasing anything.
Yeah, they should just be doing reruns and stuff. Cinematic reruns. That's fine. There's a cinema in Aberdeen that does that screens old films a lot, but it's like an artsy cinema. It's got a bar in the room where you watch the movies. It's great.
I like it already. There's there's places like that in Edinburgh as well. It's they'll screen It's a Wonderful Life around Christmas time, or old kind of classic era movies. It's good. It's a good idea. But I'm looking forward to something approaching normality coming back.
Yeah,
maybe in 5 years from now. Lieutenant Netjack here says this feels less a horror movie and more of a weird Where's Waldo book.
Well, it's not a movie.
Well, sorry. I'll
wait, no,
miss that
Invisible
out.
Man.
This feels less a horror and more a weird Where's Waldo book.
Like there could actually be either Invisible Man or
It's
Bly,
it's at the point in the conversation where we were talking about Bly. So I mean, I guess that's true. Like it's not structured as horror. It's structured as a romantic family drama thing with supernatural elements. I mean, whether that's good or bad. I mean, the core of the story it's a romance story.
It's also a ghost story with
the
ghost
story is very much the core.
Yeah.
Like they're both like you can have more than one core, I guess.
contradict each other.
But yeah, they're both very much at the core of the story. The whole story doesn't work without the ghosts. Like, and it's a focus for a huge amount of the runtime is the ghost. I would say probably more of the runtime is dedicated to the ghosts. Almost certainly, I think the most of the runtime is dedicated to the ghosts than the romance.
Easily.
Am I wrong in wanting more jump scares?
Yes.
In it?
Oh no!
Is that objectively wrong?
Yeah.
I just wanted to be. I just wanted a few, just a little bit of fun, just a bit of a cheap jump scare or two. That would have been nice.
I don't like them personally.
I hate them. Less jump scares. Jump scares are cheap bullshit.
Yeah, it feels like the shortcut of just engagement. You know, it's like.
Well, do you like the Insidious and Annabelle and that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
I mean, not to the point where I'm like, oh, this is brilliant movies or anything, but like, it's for like cheap horror movie. It works.
I have a personal hatred for jump scares. Whether or not I would argue that they are like objectively bad is another thing. But just I find like
cheap, lazy.
I think for me, like when I go into a horror movie, I'm fine. I'm not expecting high art or anything like that. I am happy to just accept kind of cheap jump scares and like it's just kind of fun, I guess. Like I'm not
annoying.
I guess it just depends what you're looking for, really.
Like, make me roll my eyes and go, "Oh, you're so untalented at actually producing fear. You have to rely on stimulus, loud noises, and flashing lights to make someone's instinctive body reaction go, oh."
I think you can use them in conjunction with like more sophisticated like tension building.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't want to say like there was never a jump scare that I like. I like for example, the ER ghost flinging back as Danny notices him, and someone can say like, "Isn't that a jump scare?" And I'll be like, at least that one's contextualized and it's giving you something to think about. It's like it's to do with her trauma, like she's experiencing that because it's a part of the fact that she's almost moving on there for a moment with Jamie, and so he has the most overt, vision of his effect on her as a history. So it's like, well, so you're cool with that? I'd be like, yeah, I think so. I think that's contextualized very well, as opposed to cat jumps on the car, meow.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Oh, okay.
I liked in Hill House the scene. I think it's in the first episode where the brother gets a phone call, like explaining that his sister's been found dead at Hill House, and like, but she's in the room with him. And so when he turns around, she's like stood like right up close to him, and she just kind of like the camera's right on her, and she just screams at him, and like her face kind of turns dead. Like that's great. That's like a nice little effective jump scare that I quite liked.
The funny thing with me about those ones is that they all, and this is a constant for Hill House, they go dun. They make that sound every time, and I'm always curious, like, could we do it without the sound? I really think the visual is enough for us to go, oh shit, like she's right there. The sound always seems like compensation to me. Like the composer was like, I don't want to make they better be scared. I'm gonna add a bloomp sound in there.
Just a big jangle of noise sometimes. Yeah.
Well, that's what we got with the last movie we watched, Darkness Falls.
Oh my god, there's so many jump scares. And they do it for small things too. Like they do the thing, where a person's like scared, and then a friend of theirs puts their hand on their shoulder and goes, "Hey," and it goes, "Dun!" You're like, "Why stop doing that?"
So much.
There's a great one
in Hill House where the guy goes to get his bag.
Yeah, there's a jump scare for him turning a light on to get his bag.
There's a great one in Event Horizon. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Peter's the doctor. Like she's in the med bay, and she sees like one of the beds is like covered over with a sheet, and she pulls it back, and it's like her son, like kind of lying there. And like it's like just obviously in her mind she's seeing it, and she closes her eyes, and then DJ I think just slams his hand down on her shoulders and goes like, "Peters!" Like just like the thing you would never do to a person to get their attention.
But it's
I just love how
right?
it's so over the top. Yeah, it's great. Stuff like that, I just enjoy it. Maybe I'm just simple that way.
I am quite the horror
bad.
connoisseur.
It's right of you to feel bad. You should feel
you should
great
feel
shame for
Yes.
enjoying these things.
Ooh.
The funny difference between like what I would say is Outlast and Soma is Outlast is filled as a game with jump scares, like loads of in-game scripted things grab you and go oogly boogly, while Soma is this slow burn, like the realization of what's happening to every single living thing in this world should like terrify you existentially, and that's the kind of stuff that I find to be a lot more difficult to generate. And I honestly find the same with Bly versus a lot of horror, where I'm sitting there for a long time before I go to sleep thinking about the fate of all the ghosts at Bly versus, oh yeah, the jump scares are pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, like for me, horror is achieved its goal when I'm thinking about, oh God, right? Rather than me going, fucking hell.
Yeah, I think I'm able to go into some horror movies and just see it as like being on a roller coaster. You know, it'll thrill you a little bit as you watch it, and then you finish it, and you're just like, yeah, that was fun, and then you go away and do something else. Like, I'm not necessarily looking for something that's gonna like keep me up at night and stay with me for like a long time afterwards. You know, like it's good when they're able to do that in the right context, but like sometimes you get horror movies that they're not thrilling and engaging in that way. They're just like almost heavy and depressing and you know, they're not kind of providing that release of the tension that you get from them. I don't know, like maybe that's just what I look for in a horror film. I just want that kind of that thrill ride sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, they're out there. There's like that genre's doing well, I'd say. Like there's lots of I think Annabelle has a universe now, so
where the hell did I get to here? Mikey Gusler, Batwoman premieres on January 17th, 2021 on Sunday night. I'm ready for another as stream with MauLer, Rags, J Longbone, and Thorius Unlimited.
do you want
I'm
to?
sure there will be a lot to talk about when season 2 releases.
Should we organize like getting all of us in for that first episode? Not all of them, just that one. I think that could be fun.
I think that could be something special.
We'll try and set it up ahead of time. Probably at the beginning of January. We'll see what we can do, because I think people would love that.
Because I haven't really seen like the rest of season 1 or anything, so I have no idea what's happening with it. But I don't imagine that's going to matter since they've changed the main character and everything.
Oh, a question for the boys. What horror movie absolutely traumatized you as a child? Return to Oz. It's not even a horror movie.
I'm trying to think.
The Shining. That was a pretty good horror movie.
Little Nemo.
So I remember I don't remember what it was actually called, but I remember being absolutely fucking scared shitless of this cartoon about the bogeyman. Like, I must have been like 5. It was like this cartoon where the bogeyman eats someone. I'm like,
I was gonna try and make a joke, but I couldn't figure it out. I was waiting for you to say like I couldn't remember what it was. And I was gonna be like, oh, Invisible Man scared you when you were a child. Get it? Because you're still a child. Good joke. Okay.
I don't want to be your friend anymore.
Oh man.
John Ochiltree. So, Invisible Man. Yeah, we did get on to talking about that eventually, as you saw. Lieutenant Netjack. It would have been honestly better a payoff. Sorry, I'll try that again. It would honestly have been a better payoff if Danny was the descendant of the Lady of the Lake. That's more interesting than the non-existent romance chemistry between Danny and the gardener lady.
So their chemistry was extremely strong and well developed. You're going to have to provide me a reason why it would be better if she was related to Viola. Because
wouldn't it be incredibly contrived if she turned into a descendant?
Especially randomly, because her reason for being there had nothing to do with her lineage.
Yeah. Was it the finale? Was that again just an example of bad luck that someone happened to be in the path of Viola? And in this case, it was Flora, so she's taken away. So it's like, God damn, she just turns up at the most inconvenient of times.
Well, no,
all the times,
a lot of times, and nothing happens too. In fact,
Yeah.
most of the time she travels, nothing happens because the likelihood of someone being in those places is fairly slim.
I'm just thinking how it would have played out if she hadn't shown up. So Peter would have been in possession of Miles. Rebecca, she didn't take over Flora. So he would have, I guess, left the property, and then that would have just kind of been it.
Because he couldn't have left.
You can leave, though, if you've fully possessed someone, can't you? I think. Was that not his plan?
From what we saw, I'd say yes.
Because it's a similar situation when... Well, I guess it's not that similar, but it's like when Viola has absorbed into Danny, she's then able to leave. But I guess it's the same thing. Like, she's going to slowly take over her. But
I think that one is because her curse is no longer there at Bly Manor.
Yeah, like her well is removed temporarily. But the thing is, I don't know if you caught this, Drinker, but I thought it was a particularly interesting sort of element. So there's an implication, like, if you can possess people and you can't leave Bly, then if you possess someone, can you then leave Bly? And of course, they do a little test, and it doesn't work. But I'm not sure that it doesn't work. Rather, it's
Peter seems to, he believes that it'll work because that's his whole reason for doing it. It's like, look, if I just like take over you against your will, and I try to leave, I'll be thrown out of you, and I'll also be thrown out after a period of time anyway.
I'm talking about the first type of possession.
I don't think he does. Does he get thrown out after a certain amount of time? I don't remember anything about that. Like,
yeah, he calls it a blip because it's like, there's times when he possesses Miles or
the blips.
Rebecca.
The blips happen to him regardless. The blips are just him like getting tucked away in a memory.
No, but he specifically explains it as like, look, if I can take over you for a short period of time, but eventually I get kind of rejected or pushed out or whatever it is, and like I can't stay in you forever. But if you let me in, and
I don't remember that line. Am I crazy?
I think that's how he phrased it.
That
was the basis of his. That was the basis of his plan, wasn't it? That the children would let them take over their bodies, so they're kind of permanently downloaded into them, and that would allow them to move beyond the property and just live their lives in their bodies.
When he first tries to run out with her, I think that would have worked, but he made it seem as though it didn't, because his goal is actually to kill her, not to possess her and go on live a life with her, because he wants her to be in the same situation as him. And then
do you think he faked that?
Yeah, because the first time he says, the first time that he's talking to her about it, he says, every time I try to leave, I go back to the place where I died.
He doesn't. He cuts himself off before he finishes.
I was going to say, he says, I always go back to where and then ... and the implication is where he died. But then when he's forced out of her, he's just a couple of meters away, and he's like, yep, doesn't work. And it's like, And I think he did it that way.
That's because, I assume it's because he needs to be physically close to her so she can see his reaction. And it kind of looked like he was genuinely I think
if the plan doesn't work, then that means that she's more likely to go through with the next
full control. And then of course that was a lie and he kills her. Like, I think he was trying to get her to believe that the only chance they have is that if she gives him the driver's seat so that he could then kill her.
The thing is, though, like,
I didn't take that from it, but
even if this theory doesn't apply, it works either way. So if he was going to say something else, if he was going to say, he never finishes that sentence, it's not explicit that he has to go back to the place where he died. So if you don't pick up on this as like a subtlety, it still works and it's still consistent without that additional thing.
Yeah, I just think it makes more sense to his character that he knew that this wouldn't be something that he doesn't want to live that way, just chilling out in her head while she lives her life. Because, of course, that's not going to work forever in terms of, how lives go. So he's like, if I jump out at the ground, then I convince her to give me full control, then I can kill her, then she's in the same position as me, and then we can both live a life together after we've both taken full possession of the children. And, of course, he's okay with doing that to the children because they're... because I have seen your video, by the way. I think you said you're questioning why he wouldn't do that to an adult.
Can
he only... why would an adult ever agree to that?
I know. I mean, I guess I was just kind of hypothesizing there. I was just kind of thinking of the mechanics of like if they say they were in the children's bodies and they go on to have a relationship and stuff.
No,
it's
yeah,
like, well, your brother and sister. Like,
yeah, I agree.
know.
That's going to cause issues. But of course, I think they were more concerned with just not living a life of hell forever.
Lesser of two evils, I think, at that point.
At least that's how Peter would justify it. And of course, we know they can do it to adults because he did it to Rebecca. It's just that you need an adult to be able to agree to it. And the reason they feel justified in doing it to the children, or at least partially until like Rebecca obviously opts out toward the end, is that he considers it a plus that they get to be with their loving family infinitely in their favorite house while he doesn't have to go to hell in many words.
The only way I could see it playing out is if like they were to threaten the children. It's like, well, you willingly give up your body to me and I will spare them, or I'll kill them or whatever. Like, I guess you could try and manipulate someone into letting you in that way. I'm not saying it would work. It's just it's risky. Yeah.
Because of course he does feel it's a relatively justified, and he like convinces them like they are on board because they want to see their parents back. They want to be with their parents again. And then someone said, but Peter is selfish. Why would he care about being with her to make such a ridiculously convoluted double fake plan? So I don't believe for a second that he doesn't actually love her. I think he does.
Remember, even Hitler had a Ziva.
Like he's a shitty person, I completely agree, but I think he wants, if he's going to be a ghost possessing someone for the rest of his life, he'd like to do it with her.
Oh yeah, also, I always got that. Yeah,
he'll be alive for a lot longer,
and also just to live with someone who's got the same experience as you, right? Like that's much better than just being like, by the way, I'm a ghost inside her. Like I know that's weird. Just roll with
it. Yeah. Cool. No, interesting. Which would we get here? Douglas A. Burton here says, from a storytelling standpoint, if you put a priest in the room to issue last rites, you're assuring your audience that death is imminent.
They literally show him putting fucking leeches on her.
Yeah, like, I don't feel like that's true. Like, you're telling them that they think that they're going to die. That's it. You're not saying explicitly. Like, the scene serves other purposes. It shows her attitude towards it.
Yeah, like if this was a modern doctor with modern medical instruments with what we know about the disease specifically, and a doctor comes in and says, yeah, she's only got a few months to live, then that would be one thing. If it's a guy who thinks that applying leeches to people will cure them of their tuberculosis, saying that she's got X amount of time to live, yeah, I'm not going to put that much stock.
I think I would say there's a difference for me between lacking the medical tools to try and cure a person and recognizing when a person is close to death. I think those are two different things.
Well, but like she is close to death in that she could die at any moment, but she could also not die at any moment.
Yeah, because that's how tuberculosis works.
And I just think it's worth giving her last rites if that's the situation you're in.
You can always do it too early and you don't lose anything.
Well, yeah, and also they do it quite early on. She's not got her face is not all like fucked up. Her back isn't fucked up. She this is quite like this is after the diagnosis, I think. In the same way that if I was given stage 4 bowel cancer or something, it'd be like, well, we know you're going to die now. It's just a matter of time. Versus something that I might like. Let's say, what is it in Breaking Bad? His chances of survival are really slim. So it's like, ooh, better do last rites, even though he's not necessarily going to die. And of course, if you're a doctor who knows tuberculosis well and watching this show, you could be like, well, she's not necessarily dead.
But it makes sense that someone from back then would think that. And if you're going to err, you're going to want to do it on the side of caution, especially if you think that there's a soul involved.
How are we supposed to know how tuberculosis works, dude? You don't necessarily have to.
Yeah, like if the show is telling you that it works in a certain way, and that only becomes relevant if you think that the show is getting it wrong, which would imply that you do have some information about how tuberculosis works. But if you think the show is incorrect about it, then you're likely uninformed about it because the show is getting it right.
Well, I mean, it was my understanding that it's a progressive disease, isn't it? So I didn't think it was the sort of thing that kind of waxes and wanes almost. Like you might go through a period where it's really severe, and then it perhaps abates a little bit, and you recover slightly, and then it gets worse again. I don't know. Like
I don't know if it does that, but I do know that you can recover from it without, like you could recover from it in those times. That was a thing that could happen.
It might actually be something that wax and wane. I haven't looked into it further. I just know that people can have it for as long as 15 years and they can survive it even. So
yeah, I didn't have that particular knowledge. I assumed like once you're like back then, if you got it, like it's just a matter of time until you're going to die. Like it's not the sort of thing that I guess is going to be a long-term like thing that you live with. I thought like you get progressively more ill and then that's it, you're done.
Yeah, the average is a year and a half and then you're dead, but there are obviously other cases, and like that's not. It's like it's not the most common, but it's also not like exceedingly rare.
Someone mentioned as well. So you knew, that's good, but if we didn't, it's our fault. It's like, so if you want to highlight that it's a contradiction, it would then be your fault. Yes.
Yeah, like if you say this is if you look at what the show is presenting you, and like you look at this disease and you say that's not how that disease works, but the show is telling you that it works a certain way, and the show is right. Then you're the wrong one.
Yeah, you made the assumption and you were incorrect. You know what they say about assumptions, so
like, the show is showing you how the disease works. Like it's showing you that if you think the show is wrong about like a fact, but the show is presenting you that fact, then that's on you.
If you don't know how something works, then you can just keep not knowing, and you don't have to make assumptions about how it should work. We don't have to Dunning-Kruger this stuff, you know.
Like yeah, if a show presented some disease that I have no fucking clue about, like I don't know much about narcolepsy. I think it has something to do with falling asleep, and that's it, right? That's all. That's my entire knowledge about narcolepsy.
And you go
So
even up to
if a show presents me a character falling asleep occasionally because they have narcolepsy, I would assume that show. I wouldn't like assume that show has got it wrong and then blame the show.
Yeah, even up to 1940, TB was considered a death sentence. Like that would explain the last rites, I think, right?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that there's plenty of records of people surviving it.
Yes, and again, you don't lose anything by giving her the last rites. It just makes sense that they would do that. They probably gave people last rites for the flu.
Tim says, "Watch the platform. It's intense."
I've seen the platform.
The platform.
What is it? It's this quite heavy-handed metaphor for like different kinds of economic system.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool though. Like it's definitely worth watching, I would say. It's just like I see what you're doing here pretty explicitly kind of a movie. It's about these people who live on different floors of like this kind of prison facility, and food is dropped down on a platform level by level. And if you're on floor 1, then you get all the choices of the food that you want. And if you're on the bottom floor, there's not a chance in hell you're getting any food because it will have been cleared out by the people above you.
Get it?
Get it?
No.
It's so subtle. Well thought out. Wow.
And there's this point where they try to implement it's like, oh, capitalism bad. And then they try to implement socialism by beating the shit out of people. And you're like, oh, is that bad as well? Are we just fucked?
It's just all bad. Fuck.
Yeah.
What if humans were the real monsters?
It's also pretty cool.
What if there was no Invisible Man?
It's one of those films that feels like a book that you would have been like. It feels like the kind of thing that would be a novel you would have to read in an English class, but you would also thought, that's pretty neat though.
Why do so many people who criticize something I say end it with "you're better than that"? Dolmatic has just said, just because 2 out of 10 survive does not mean it's a regular occurrence. Stop.
It's literally
that,
1 in 5.
Yeah, how is that not semi-regular to a degree? Like, you kidding me? It's not what do you call it? Astronomical.
Yeah, 1 in 5 is for surviving a disease. Like, yeah, obviously you'd rather that be reversed, but if I survived a 1 in 5 chance, I would be pleasantly surprised. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. Like Viola doesn't survive. She dies.
No, she does actually die. We don't know if she would have actually survived tuberculosis. We don't.
Her condition gets worse as time goes on.
She gets tuberculosis, survives for a while, and then dies anyway. So you can't conclude whether or not she would have survived.
Yeah, because she doesn't get better as time goes on.
No.
I gotta use the low.
The low.
Check for invisible men in there.
Oh, that's an interesting one. So why, from a narrative standpoint, even use that disease and go through that whole process? So the reason they would have chosen tuberculosis is because it dilapidates you and forces you to stay away from people so lest you infect them. And so she has to watch, like, as 6 years go by, that her family and everything she tried to sort of build to maintain Bly is not only being maintained now without her, but her sister is filling her role. Like, it's a very deliberate choice of a disease, I think.
The whole aspect with her sister doesn't go particularly far.
What do you mean? It motivates her to become the murderous, vengeful ghost.
No, but that could have been precipitated by anything. It could have just been her. Like, if say her sister didn't exist and she eventually succumbed to the disease or whatever, or even her husband could have killed her, and because he was in the same situation where he was sick of her being around all the time or being this horrifying burden on them, whatever it might be, doesn't matter. You would still have the same result. She becomes this restless spirit that wants to get her child back and rises as the Lady of the Lake. I guess my point is, if you remove her sister from the equation, you could easily replace her with something else, and it wouldn't alter
I imagine
the
you could probably say
characters.
that for a lot of different lines and characters, right? Like, the reason why I think it's particularly poignant is that those two were a team trying to maintain Bly, and then she ends up getting her life stolen by her teammate almost.
That's not teamwork.
No.
That doesn't make the dream work.
And yeah, I thought it was particularly effective because, like, as the episode builds, it's clear that those two are like winking at each other, like, yeah, we've done it. But then, and it's only natural. It's not like her sister did it maliciously. At least, I think you could give her a break, like Perdita. I don't consider her absolute Satan, but when she killed her, it was like, oof. That was
they I guess they laid the groundwork for this kind of thing when Perdita first meets the suitor. I can't remember the husband's name, but it's like they are together and there's a little flicker of attraction there. She kind of likes him, but then Viola storms in and it's all a big stage managed display to capture his attention, and straight away he's on her like a moth to a flame, and that draws his attention away from Perdita. So I guess you've established that she's a little bit jealous and a little bit resentful that her sister got to marry this guy that she was already starting to feel a little bit for. But man, it's just for me, it was just kind of a lot of different story elements to condense into this flashback. And I feel like there's a more concise way to get to the same point.
You're complaining that it's too condensed, but also you complain that it was too long. I feel like those don't.
When I say too condensed, I guess there's too many things going on that result in it being extremely long. Whereas I feel like you could have made a more concise path for the character to get to that same point and made it like half as long. And I think it would have been just as effective. Like, for me, it was
could have, but I don't see how that would make it better. Especially with how because what we get right now does a really good job at justifying why this particular woman creates this particular curse at this place.
Rex, I feel like you're going to become a vengeful ghost.
An eventual ghost?
Yeah.
An eventual ghost.
You're going to...
you come back as a ghost dog and just, hide stuff.
I don't remember what conversation we were having when we made this joke, but I swear we've already made the joke that there's going to be a really vengeful ghost going around asking people, did you like Bly Manor? And if they say no, strangling them to death.
Strangling them, yeah. I got my explanations. He said, you're better than this because I described 20% as good odds. Never have I ever said 20% is good odds.
Yeah, that's mathematical.
It's astronomical odds, which
make less likely.
They're better than 1%,
Plus,
I suppose.
She doesn't even get those odds. She doesn't survive.
She does die. We don't see if she lived or not through tuberculosis. That's worth stressing.
Guys, 1 in 5 is not 0. Like, it's 1 in 5.
Like, it's barely even a plot. Like, I wouldn't consider it a plot contrivance if a 1 in 5 chance happens.
Yeah.
I could go with that.
To clarify, it's not
20% is a contrivance. It's 1 in 5.
But we don't even know if she survived tuberculosis. We don't even know. I don't understand. And 20% is not good compared to 80% in terms of like an overall percentage. But I mean, if someone said, "Do you think there's a chance I could survive?" I'd be like, "Well, yeah, 1 out of 5. You've got a chance."
Is there like is there like a statute of limitations with tuberculosis? Like you get past a certain number of years, and it's like, okay, you're probably going to live. Like you're going to have long-term lung damage or whatever, but like this is as bad as it's going to get for you.
I'm picturing the
I don't know.
scenario in which a terminally ill friend of Morler's goes up to him and says, "Do you think I can make it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I mean, 1 in 5."
What are you worried about?
It's terminal.
Of course you can make it. That's a 1 in 5 chance.
But I mean, it is because you just made me realize it by bringing it up. It's like, yeah, why are we arguing that when we never even found out if she lived or not from tuberculosis?
Well, it's still unlikely that she survives that long, but it's like it did happen, and like it's not. I don't think it's contrived that it happens, because I mean it's also like the inciting incident as well. It's just like if that didn't happen, the story wouldn't have started. That's why the story is being told, is because that happened.
Why the EFAP guys tipping over survival rates compared to the priest giving last rites? Because you can give last rites to someone as soon as you think they're going to die.
Yeah, if you think that someone probably will die, you give them last rites.
Your actual survival.
A lot of people who got TB died. Like, she could have died at any day from their perspective.
Like, y'all know back in the day,
a lot of people
buried and put in the ground weren't dead.
Yeah, and I would just argue like the scene doubles up as showing you a lot about his state of mind. Like that scene doesn't solely exist to be like, look, last rites are happening. That means she's going to die. It's more so this is a way to facilitate her response to the priest saying, like, make your peace, you're going.
I just like that we've spent so long debating the last rites and the survival rates of TB.
Like if you drew straws with 4 other people and it was a 1 in 5 chance, the idea that first off, it's inevitable that one person draws it, there's 100% chance. But if it's any one particular person, that's not a contrivance.
And she does die.
She dies. Her condition gets worse and worse as time goes on.
And then she dies.
And then she dies.
She dies for unexplained reasons. Rack Eats Masha here says, no one's never seen a purple orc. No, I don't suppose we have.
What? Thanos that.
Is that supposed to be like a black swan fallacy that they're referring to? I don't know what that is being assigned to based on the discussion.
Have you ever seen a purple orc, Rags?
Thanos.
Is he an orc?
If you strangle an orc, maybe they turn purple.
Could be.
Oh,
you could paint one purple.
Yeah. That.
I'm not saying there are no purple orcs.
I once saw an orc doing a racially insensitive impression of Thanos.
I'm triggered by that.
You shouldn't do purple face. That is fucked up.
It's disrespectful. Miranda Sinistra. Drinker, you have the right to not like Bly Manor. It's in the Constitution.
I've spoken to John Adams myself. I do not believe he said that.
Yeah. Are you going to have an amendment? So it's like you must like Bly Manor by law.
Yeah.
We'll consider it.
You must like Bly Manor, or you'll be strangled by the vengeful ghost of Rags.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna be like vengeful. I'm just gonna like steal everyone's left shoe or just inconvenient things.
Like the Invisible Man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. People, they won't know it's a ghost. They'll just be baffled at how everyone, particular.
You'll like go for a job interview, and they'll just be like loads of porn on your laptop that you're trying to like do a presentation on or something.
And the only overt thing you ever do is say this is because you don't like Bly Manor.
What's that? Sorry.
Like their socks are all wet, and the only time Rags is ever overt is he'll appear and say, "This is happening because you don't like Bly Manor."
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Danielle Metz here says, the Haunting of Hill House kept me up at night, as did the original movie from the 60s. The Haunting of Bly Manor was boring.
I'm sorry that you had
it's pretty scathing so far, I'm not going to lie. It's
you want to talk about the scare where you first where you first see the doll of Viola in the house.
Oh, well, actually, I was going to ask, did that jump scare work for you, Drinker, when they grabbed Perdita, when Viola grabbed her with the arms? Did that work or no?
No. I mean, like
I
can see why it would, but like I don't know, like maybe I was just kind of had a few drinks at that point. So like I was just watching it, and it was it just was the thing that happened. Like it never made me jump. I guess I kind of foresaw it, like based on what she was doing. It's like, oh, something's going to happen here. She's not just going to go into this chest and
For
take
sure.
all the stuff, So I mean, I could see why it's effective. It's got all the hallmarks of a jump scare, but it didn't really do anything for me, I suppose. What's the next one? The Coconut Kid here says, my girlfriend and I couldn't get into the romance either. The show felt tonally confused. The horror and romance never really meshed. #drinker is right.
I'm curious what romances you people think do work. like this one is so well developed and natural. I don't know if I could think of a better example.
But Rags is gay.
Oh yeah, that's right. The SJWs are infecting our TV shows because there's a black person, and I forgot. Yeah.
Stop with all the gay.
Rags, just because you like the gay doesn't mean everyone likes the gay. Okay? God, disgusting. But no, seriously, I love their relationship.
Yeah, I mean, this was the thing. Like in a show like this, where like the relationship between these two is kind of the thread that ties it together. Like I really wanted to get into that. I just for some reason it just didn't quite go. It didn't work for me. I didn't really feel that connection between them. I didn't feel the chemistry. And it goes back to what I said earlier. I would have liked a few more of those scenes where like they bond, or they have like a quiet scene together or whatever. There just didn't seem to be quite enough of that for me to feel the kind of romance. And it felt like all of it was kind of dumped in at the end. And it was too late by that point for me to get invested in them.
How many would you have wanted?
I would want exactly 4 more.
Hey.
I just picked that number at random. I don't know. I don't think this is something you can easily quantify, like scientifically or mathematically or anything. Like I think you just kind of, it reaches that threshold where you kind of you get that engagement, and it just didn't quite happen for me. I think this is a difficult thing because it's like you can't kind of quantify the emotions you feel when you watch a show or a movie or whatever. This is something that either works for you or it doesn't.
I would
I can't really like mathematically say like you need this amount of interactions to do this.
If I would like to make a video on Bly Manor, which could happen in the future, who knows? I would probably like try and argue what they've learned about each other through each of the scenes and why their relationship will be meaningful moving on in terms of what they like, how they function together, rather than appealing to whether or not like I was invested or not. I would just try and appeal to what the scenes achieve with each of them in it. How is their relationship developing? And why that'll matter when the dramatic things happen to them.
The Justice 35. Rags and MauLer wake up. Was the live stream a dream? They ask each other. They talk over breakfast, and MauLer takes off his gas mask to reveal that he's actually JTech TV. Rags is trapped.
Oh my god.
That's not a name I've heard in a long time. Haven't heard that name in a long time. I bet he's still doing his thing.
The story continues, by the way. Desperately, Rags tries to escape. He's no longer a doggo. He desperately calls the drinker, only to hear a shrill voice come back on the other line. Man, I need to hear the rest of this now. Because there's a few more in between, so I'm just going to skip to the next one in this story. The drinker isn't Scottish. He's been replaced by Ryan Johnson. His expectations subverted. Sam Neill, screams into the void. Happy Halloween to you all.
Aw.
Happy Halloween. Person want me to suffer.
Halloweenies.
That's a good story. I like it. Justin Stoll, critical drinker. Here's $5 to keep doing the Lord's work. Getting wholly wasted and hanging with Tatiana. Your books are a lot of fun. Thanks, man. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Riveresco Animo, drinker. You aren't wrong. Don't let them gaslight you into thinking this was a good show. I see what you're doing here. This is an abusive relationship. You guys are no better than the Invisible Man.
No, you're
going to go crazy.
Everyone's
gaslighting each other. Stop doing this. You're trying to isolate me from my friends and everything. I'm going for a job interview. I'm going to make something of myself.
I'm gonna drop dick pics in there. I'm gonna do it. It'll say Bly Manor is good under a little dick.
Gui Tigro. Jay slaps Bly. You can fit so many mechanics in this.
Nice.
Okay.
I like that.
Automata. Invisible Man. 12 out of 10. Next Slit Fancy Magazine. Stephen Otten. Invisible Man is my third favourite movie this year after The Vast of Night and a movie that shall remain nameless because Drinker hates it. Damn, what one's that?
Did you like Sonic the Hedgehog?
I've not seen it.
Tenet?
What movies? Yeah, would it be that?
You didn't hate Tenet though? You thought it was just kind of meh, right?
Yeah, it was pretty meh. I mean, it was, yeah, it kind of irritated me slightly. I could see the work that went into it, but I wasn't too impressed by it.
I can tell you, I've seen the start of Sonic the Hedgehog and the end of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I've also had a really relaxing nap one time.
Was that a joke?
I don't get it.
Well, I'm implying that I slept through Sonic the Hedgehog, which I did.
Oh, that's mean. That film deserves a watch, you know.
I was in the cinema with CJ for that.
If you slept through Shadow the Hedgehog's movie, he would come to your house and he would knife rape you.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Some people are suggesting it's New Mutants. Did you love that? I don't know. Like, I didn't.
Happen?
That's for sure. Some people suggested.
Like that.
Well, whatever it's going to be is going to be
year.
whatever it is. If you hate it, it's going to be something that you're surprised someone loves.
True.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll get to the bottom of this one day.
No, I'm not surprised that some people love The Mandalorian.
I think I think if you've been like starved for like a week and someone throws you like a scrap of rancid meat, then it's going to seem amazing.
That's a like a huge endorsement for The Mandalorian there. Are you starving? Would you eat a scrap of rancid meat? Try The Mandalorian.
Are you just desperate for anything Star Wars related? David Steele. Do you think his brother was also in the house, or did he use the world's greatest paint thinner? Okay, so that's during the paint scene in Invisible Man. No, I don't think his brother was in the house during that scene when he attacks her and takes his phone back.
So
I assume it wasn't.
That it wasn't actually, he didn't actually wash the paint off that effectively. It was just his brother was also there. That makes more sense.
So, like,
I only thought they had one suit they had to share between them, though.
Yeah, the other one because she takes the other one because it's just there, and then she hides it.
No, it's never established that there's only two.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's kind of open to interpretation. There could be 100 of these suits, or those could be the only two. There's no way of really knowing. John Ochiltree, why was his sister so mean to the waiter? Probably because
she's a bad person, because bad people are mean to your servers.
Yeah. I'm glad they brought that up. That scene annoyed me a little bit, that she was being a cunt to the guy when it's like, it's a service job. Can you please chill out? Like, I really don't like it when people treat retail service type people doing their job as like annoying. It's like, go away. It's like, oh, he's trying to ask you if you want food or drink at the restaurant.
You came to a restaurant. Like, I don't know what you expect him to do.
I mean, I presume it's because like she's not there to eat, and like her, Cecilia has chosen a really expensive restaurant or something, and she's like, I'm not here to eat your shitty food or like drink or whatever. I just want to get to the point of this conversation because I'm not really enthusiastic about being here. Like, she's obviously got this strange relationship.
That a restaurant server like is looking around, like a waiter is looking around and saying, "Oh, she looks really annoyed. She must not want to be served for longer."
Yeah, like I guess I can understand why she said what she said. I just mean, like, what the hell is he supposed to know about that? Like, you have to know that as a person being like, you know what, I'm angry today, and then someone goes hello, and you're like, no, fuck you, I'm angry today. You're like, oh, I mean,
he handles it well though. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he does. He's a professional. The man's a professional.
Yeah,
I like how he deserves more respect.
Well, I like how he does that thing of like, oh, we do things a little different around here.
You don't know he deserves more respect. Maybe he kills kids. You don't know that. He could be getting way more than he deserves.
This is true. We'll never know the story of that waiter. And that's the tragedy of the Invisible Man.
No, what? No, you're wait. You know, this is universal. Wait for the Invisible Man universe in which we get the waiter's story.
Dax Lucero. Listening to start, funny how Rags doesn't hold plot contrivances in equal value from time on EFAP. Only if he doesn't like the show does it matter.
Provide me an example, then we'll talk.
So, like, you can admit there are some plot contrivances in Bly Manor, but compared to most media, they are minuscule.
Yes, there are some, but they are relatively small.
Yeah,
I'll say A New Hope begins with a plot contrivance. Fucking come at me. Like, if it is what it is, it is what it is.
Like, there is a plot contrivance and a hole in Bly Manor, but other than those like small things, it is a solid show through and through.
And then compare that to something, like, you know, go to the end of the scale, right? We have Rise of Skywalker, where it's like cheese, and you're like, okay. And then mid-scale, we have like stuff that I think we would all agree, right, that it's not binary. Presence of plot hole or not defines good or bad. Like, definitively just one.
Like, at that point, there's no good thing. Like, yeah. I don't think I've seen anything with a plot as solid as Bly before.
But especially when it's compared to the amount of content in it. It's kind of like how in the Olympics, right? So dives they have like a max score based on the difficulty of the dive. So with higher risk comes greater reward. Now, if you can do 98 out of 100 things correct, that's stellar. If you can do 1 out of 1 thing correct, it's like good.
You get Rise of Skywalker.
That's a good analogy, Rags.
Thank you. I'm
solid.
Solid diving. I knew that my knowledge of diving scoring in Olympics would come in handy eventually.
I think, you know, when it comes to Bly Manor, I think most people's issues with it are not with plot holes. It's going to be with things like whether you engage with it emotionally, what you think of the pacing, what you think of the structure of it. You know, it's less about like whether or not it hangs together, and more just how people, like, I guess, like, engage with it, how they feel about it, whether it functions in the way that they expected it to. I don't
what
think
it's trying to do rather than how well it does it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's many people who are like, God, there's like 1 million plot holes in this. It doesn't make any sense. Like,
there
that's
are
not
so
really
many people saying
I've
seen a lot of people just going.
It didn't scare me 1 out of 10. Like, if you read the IMDb reviews for this show, it's actually depressing.
There are also people going, the plot made no fucking sense.
Yeah, like,
and
there
then
are a lot of people
just misinterpreting like something in the show.
The ones that surprised me is
I think that, you know, even when I reviewed it, I don't think I called out any real, like, I don't think I ever criticized it really for being full of plot holes or anything like that. My criticisms were, as I was saying, like the pacing of it, like how I identified with the characters, what I thought about how flashbacks were implemented, the ghosts, all that sort of thing. But the in terms of like how the plot functions, like, is it solid? I guess so. Like, I couldn't really find much
there
to
is
criticize
that bit where
on
you
that
talk
stuff.
about the ghost mechanics, though.
Yeah, but those are just questions that came up. It was more like, like things that I was interested in.
They sound like rhetorical questions to me. It'll be like, I don't think we get an answer to this. If you were just saying like, oh, I'm not sure about these things, and fair dues, but to me it sounded like you were saying, is there an answer to that in this show? I don't think there is.
Yeah, I mean, it stems from the original point which I made, which was like, okay, you're going to go down the route of like really defining the mechanics of how ghosts work and stuff. And the more you define the mechanics of something, the more questions you then open up, because it's not just this vague, poorly defined thing that you can't really grapple with. Suddenly it becomes something real and solid that you can kind of poke and prod and see how it works. And I guess that's what I'm interested in doing sometimes.
That's not true. The more questions you answer about it, the more things we don't know.
I guess there are more follow-up questions you can ask.
Yeah, it's like answers to questions often spawn more questions. Like that's generally how you get.
You literally know more about it.
But on the flip side, it's not at all important to answer those questions. Like, you know, if you've got all the information you need to facilitate the story, then you don't need to answer any questions that are raised by those questions. By nature of, you know, that's self-fulfilling. If you facilitated the story with the information you have, then you don't need to answer more questions. Even if they're there, you can leave it up to mystery.
You could.
Like,
I guess depends, like from your own degree of interest that you might have in it. It just depends how much you might want to know yourself. Like, yeah, you can give them just enough that the plot functions. Like, I guess the point I was just making there is like, oh, that's interesting. I might want to know more about this. I guess that was how I wanted to phrase those questions.
Yeah. So, I think which I was talking about with MauLer earlier, where we said, I think Rags, you were there as well. I'm not sure. It was when we were talking about the fact that no one actually tries to do anything to the lady in the lake, to Viola. She could have just been like, no one tries to shotgun her. We have no idea. That could have just stopped her. She could have just fallen over, like, died if you shotgunned her. That's unclear.
Yeah. If the question is why didn't they might not have had one around. One person does try and stop her, Henry, and he almost gets killed because of it. But not knowing what would happen in a scenario that didn't happen is not a problem with the plot.
Yeah,
that's one of those scenarios where you go, I don't know what would have happened.
I mean, if you shotgunned her, I assume she would fall in the moment, but like because she's a ghost, she would forget that that it had happened to her, and she would just reappear eventually. And I assume if you'd like tried to run away from her, I don't think she'd follow you because she's just walking and killing people who get in her way.
Yeah, we have a very clearly established pattern in what, I don't want to say what she cares about, what it cares about essentially is very straightforward. So
like if we knew place,
so like if she was she was coming towards you, like you could just step 2 feet to the side.
You could move out of the way, yeah.
I feel like 2 feet. Yeah, I feel like 2 feet. You're kind of playing with fire, but yeah, you could move out of her way, and I don't think she would try to follow you. I think that's pretty clear based on what we understand about her.
But you can communicate with her, can't you? Because that's what Danny does. She shouts to her, and
to a degree.
Well, yeah. In the same way that singing the song alerts Perdita, I don't know, like the communication levels with the oldest ghosts seem to be very limited. But yes,
in the same way you can communicate with an animal.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not meaningful communication, just that it's very limited and vague in that, like, they're triggered by things that mean stuff to them, but they've lost most of, everything else. And someone said, wouldn't this be an example of I didn't like it because it made too much sense, which is something I said no one says. I don't think Drinker would phrase it that way, that he didn't like it because it made too much sense. Like,
no. I guess that's kind of not what I'm going for, but like,
yeah,
I'm happy for an air of mystery to remain when it comes to like supernatural stories, and I'm of the opinion that like with horror or anything like supernatural related, the tension and a lot of the fear comes from not quite understanding what it is you're dealing with, and I get that eventually has to be explained in some way because you can't just have it be completely unknown for the whole story, otherwise you don't go anywhere. I think it ruins some of the mystique and the mystery to like kind of really get down into like how it all functions, and it takes something away. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I like understanding the limits of the ghost, because as I mentioned Hill House earlier, I don't even know what the ghosts are able to do in that house. They seem to be able to kill people and knock them out and also trap them in rooms, but they also don't do that, even though their whole goal is to consume the family, quote unquote. But then Olivia is able to overpower all of the ghosts in that house. She's like the boss of them. It was really confusing. And I suppose if you presented everything in a way that wasn't seemingly contradictive, I could get over it. I just don't get how it works hierarchically.
I have a question actually. Say, I don't know, like later on when Peter wants to get rid of Danny, like they've got her tied up and they're about to put their plan into motion of taking over the kids. Obviously, she's seen too much and she knows too much, so she can't be allowed to live. So the idea would they would be that they would take over the boys, or they take over the kids and then kill her.
The boys, I've heard that's bad.
The boys, yeah,
that's terrible.
But like, what's to stop them just possessing people that like her and just causing her to kill herself, like, or you just get rid of her that way? I don't know why they felt the need that they had to like knock her out, tie her up, all that sort of thing. He could just jump right into her there and then, take over her body and just make her walk into the well or something.
That was like a result of poor circumstances that they decided to do that. That seemed rushed. That was the decision to knock her out, and then not only Flora, but Rebecca didn't even seem 100% on board with killing her, and so it looked to be that Peter had to do some convincing on that front, and then he was like, "Fuck it, I will do it." And we're running out of time now. We got to, take over the bodies, and it's just, it seems to be that's just the situation they were in. But of course, we don't know, like the standard possession. I'm not sure that we're able. Like, is there an example of them being able to kill someone with the standard possession rather than the full possession?
Not that we've seen. Because you don't.
I wonder if the show's trying to say that like something like that kind of decision would be stopped because the possession isn't powerful enough to make them do it. For example, like throwing yourself down a well.
Yeah, I don't know how it would function in that instance. It just seemed like an easier way of getting rid of her, I suppose. Like, even potentially without like upsetting the children, because it's like, well, you could just take over her. They wouldn't be necessarily aware of what had happened. You could just have her say, "Oh, I'm right. I'm out of here. Bye," and then just like kill her out of sight, so they're not like perturbed by any of this.
Yeah, it just looked like that whole sequence was as a result of things not going the way they necessarily wanted to, as cleanly. Yeah. Like, obviously Peter saying, "Well, this is awkward."
Yeah. No.
That was racist, MauLer.
No, I'm sick of these stereotypes against Scottish people.
What do you think of his accent?
Scottish accents.
It was bleak. It's but it wasn't great.
Oh, really?
Really, you don't think it was?
Yeah.
Thought it was excellent.
Like,
I mean, like,
but you're American.
Yeah.
So, like, in the same way that, like, I might hear a British person impersonating an American accent and think it's awesome, and you'd be like, "Yeah, this sounds like he's from nowhere land." Like, yeah.
Was it just that it was like generic Scotland rather than a region?
Yes, pretty much. Because there's not really a part of Scotland that just sounds that kind of vague, if you know what I mean.
The thing is, though, those accents do exist with people who have traveled a lot.
Yeah, he does seem like a traveler.
Like, I don't have a specific regional English accent. People can't tell where I'm from at all. I am the example of this existing.
Yeah, I
know where I'm from.
Well, same for me. Like, my accent is not the Welsh is very hard to spot. At least for a lot of people. Welsh people can spot my accent, which is neat, I guess. That's the thing. I usually give leeway for accents because as much as, say, for example, Dr. Dolittle, everyone was like, "Don't you hate him doing that accent?" And I remember being like, I don't know, there are some people in Wales that sound kind of like that. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to be so definitive.
It's like his accent. It's not on par with like Simon Pegg doing Scotty in Star Trek. It's not that bad. It was just it's kind of obvious that like he's not Scottish. Like,
I've heard his accents. I've heard his accents. I've heard him interviewed and said that his Scottish friends all tell him he does a really good job on that. I don't believe him.
I think his friends are being kind to him.
Oh yeah, that's another possibility. But like, surely if you're an actor and you're trying to, you would want them to be honest at that point, unless they've just come out of the premiere.
I mean, I think like, this is gonna, I guess, get a predominantly American audience, and so they're not gonna know. So it's fine.
I like how they try to tell a Scot that the Scottish accent TV show is good. We're allowed to think the accent was good. That doesn't mean right.
Okay, but there's an argument there. Okay, the criticism is the accent doesn't sound like it's from a specific region and it's more just a generic accent. And I'm saying, but that can happen. Those accents exist in the world. I am an example of that. That's not me saying no. It was like Drinker. If you came and said to me though, but like I could hear it slipping, then I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. And the thing is, like, it being a generic regionless accent is still a valid criticism. It's just, it's also not an implausibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah. I'm not watching his scenes and being like just completely taken out of the show and this is ridiculous. It's just If you wanted my opinion, like, does he sound like he is from Scotland, and is it a recognizable accent that I've heard? No, it's not.
That's interesting.
That's the best I can do for you. Bob Neiman here says, "I like yous and I want you. We can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Choice is yours." Well, I think we should do it the hard way.
Yeah.
That sounds hot.
That's what we're all about. Chris Reynolds, Putisms with El Duro open. Okay.
Huh?
I don't know. Just reading it. James Moore, I am proud that Jay was on time today. Sniffles, they grow up so fast.
Oh.
When have I not been on time for a stream?
What do you mean?
Ever.
What?
In
Jay,
my
you were-
life.
You were early. You were like 10, 15 minutes early. We were chatting for ages before this
Yeah.
started. There's
You've
just
been late
there
for
was one
things,
person
Jay,
who was
haven't you?
late.
I've been late for things, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't public knowledge I was late for them because they weren't recorded live. And we didn't start recording until I was there.
I'm sure you've been late for a live you've had before.
I'm not
sure of
late
it.
that often, I swear.
You are always late every single stream, including this one.
Dylan98 just joined. I'm guessing you hated this movie. We didn't hate it. We just kind of
Hate
saw
is
that like it had
wrong
loads of problems.
I wouldn't say I hate it. I just
I
Promising.
didn't hate
but
it this
confused.
woman.
yeah, no.
It
So was
could
it
have
like-
been could have been so much
genuinely
more.
Do you want to go first?
I'm done.
Oh,
Invisible Bly Man.
Someone said, I genuinely hope the checks from Netflix clear for you guys. So that's pretty excited. We are getting paid, apparently.
You
Jay,
bunch
right?
of shills.
Really
I
good.
knew it.
Get the references for it.
I mean, to watch a show, to enjoy it, to say that, and then Netflix pay me for it? Damn. That's pretty deep.
I knew it
I
was
mean,
a
like
lie. You didn't-
everything I've said about it is true. So if Netflix is just giving me some of that sweet pedo money,
Yeah, if I just
Then,
get paid for saying true things, then it's like, all right, I guess. I mean,
I mean-
I'll gladly make Netflix poorer.
I mean, like that is
Yeah.
that is currently my job, is to get paid for saying things that I believe to be true.
Yeah,
It works out quite well, I would say.
no, I think so.
Willow Wookie says, Drinker, if you like Anthony Starr, watch him in Banshee. Awesome series. Hopefully a drinker recommends. Yeah, a lot of people have recommended Banshee to me. I need to put aside some time and watch that.
Watching things is cringe.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so last year. Okay, Native. I kind of wanted Yautja to appear in the credits.
Oh, Predator?
Yautja, the Predator, yeah. In the credits of what? Invisible Man? That would be great. Dominic the Donkey, the Visible Wang. Yeah, that's the dick scene. It would just, it'd be great to see a dick beating the shit out of people in a movie.
Because it's normally people who beat the shit out of dicks.
Yeah.
Okay, Native again. So we know Drinker hasn't seen Quigley Down Under, but has he ever seen the other Alan Rickman masterpiece, Blow Dry? No, didn't even know that was a thing which existed.
That's a weird name for a film.
Blow Dry,
Best name.
Blow Wet, and that's the better one. Seraphim Nexus. I find your arguments against this film contrived.
Oh my.
I retire.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. We need to bail out.
Well, out of all those kicking attempts, this is the one that works.
I'm just going to eject you from the chat now. Give me a second. I'm just refreshing the super chats here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Matthew Penn gave me a $50 super chat, so thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Louis the Plank, $5 for the David Carradine jokes alone. Cheers, guys. Bless
Always
him.
happy to help.
Yeah. Bravo 6. Every Adam Sandler and Kevin James movie equals slouchy but funny asshole gets disproportionately hot girl. The end.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Matthew Penn. Forgot to put a message on the $50 one, so I'm asking here. Please upload in 1080p. Yeah, I probably should actually.
They ask so much of you.
I know. God, it's so unfair. It takes longer to render, though. Then I have to wait like an extra 10 minutes, and I'm not prepared to do that. I just assume most people will watch it on their phone or something, and you're not even going to notice. Like,
I mean,
people-
all of my stuff, at least more relatively the recent videos I did, the last ones I did, and into the future will probably all be 1440p, 60 FPS. Because it just looks better, and people don't
You've
have to
been
watch it at that. They could downgrade it if they want to.
Wasn't
They
there like in
can't
the past,
upgrade it.
the
I mean,
past
I
few
always.
months, they degraded 720 on YouTube to no longer mean HD, because once upon a time that was considered HD.
Yeah, well, technically it is still HD, but no one would actually think, oh, 720 HD.
High definition is kind of relative anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's the thing. The term technically hasn't changed by whoever gets to decide these things. But that definition is just named. Well, it's like there's a forest in England called the New Forest. Like, it's not new anymore. High definition isn't high anymore, but the name hasn't changed.
The slightly aged forest.
720 is. I'm fine with them saying that HD is no longer. It doesn't cover 720 anymore.
Yeah, people in chat
is the lowest HD now.
720p is the big gay on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says when you select it instead of HD now. It says big gay.
I mean, I don't know about you. Like, I kind of proceed on the assumption that people aren't really watching it either. Like, they're just listening to it. Like, a
lot of people do listen, but a lot of people also watch.
Yay. I would hope so. My visuals take some time sometimes.
Yeah, the visuals are the tough parts.
Oh, yeah.
That's what slows you down.
Louis the Plank. I'm gathering from the conversation that there won't be any Adam Sandler movie live streams from you guys. I don't know. I mean, we could have a field day with some of them.
Surely our discussion would mean that it's likely it would be, because I think you've had movies or whatever.
I mean, it's always fun to tear apart a really shit movie that thinks it's good, but it kind of feels like Adam Sandler movies know exactly what they are. It's like, yeah, we're just bargain basement garbage, but like they'll keep you
to go after them. It's like, leave them alone. This shit.
Well, it's almost like they know how shit they are, so that, like, they don't care. Like, any criticism is just going to kind of bounce off them.
I don't know. You can still you can do some really interesting analysis of stuff that knows its shit. I feel you can analyze like how it got to that point.
Well, on EFAP we've covered videos that claim to be satire. So
yeah, we've even done that.
Yeah, we've done that. So yeah.
Hey, Drinker, you were there for that one. One of them.
I was, yeah. It was quite an experience. Yeah, that was a bizarre approach to doing a video. Sonny, have you guys watched Silicon Valley? If not, I would highly recommend it. It's pretty funny. Also, are you planning on doing more book reviews? I haven't watched Silicon Valley myself, actually. But have you guys?
I've been told it's very good.
I am not familiar with it myself.
I am not familiar either.
I'm working on my review of the Bible. Gonna ruffle some feathers.
Yeah. I'm not doing book reviews because nobody's going to watch them, to be honest. And it seems pretty mercenary to be like that. But it's like, I'm not going to put like hours and days in my life into a video and then it's seen by like 10,000 people or something. It's just, it's not going to be a worthwhile use of time.
There's a YouTuber who's thrilled to have just got their first 1,000 view video, listening to this going 10,000.
I still have the screenshots of my icon with like 50 subscribers, 100, because it was so important to me at the time. I screenshotted it. I saved it. I was like, wow, 50 subs, like that's, it's a big deal.
I still remember thinking about how cool it was that 26 people had subscribed to me. Yeah.
Because your sense of scale at the time was like 26 human beings want to know whenever I have something to say. Like, wow.
I know. It's so relative, isn't it? But it's weird because, like, I don't know what sort of experience you had. Like, mine kind of went from nothing to, like, I don't know, 10, 15,000 subscribers in the space of, like, a week. Like, there was nothing in between, so I almost didn't get a chance to take any of it in.
Yeah, for me, it was a slow climb, right from, like, 200 subscribers to, like, 30,000. And, like, obviously there were bumps and there were times it went faster and slower, but there was always that in-between period. Until 30,000 when I released like the Game of Thrones video that went wild and I got up to like 90,000 in a couple of weeks after that. And like 90,000 doesn't feel particularly different to 30,000 in the way that like you still get the same kind of engagement. There's just more of it,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're at 1 million or something like that.
But it's like as your channel scales up, you get like different kinds of engagement. Like if you're getting 100 views a video, your videos are very rarely going to like hit the algorithm at all. But like now, if my video doesn't hit the algorithm, I'm kind of like, oh. And like there's all of these different milestones. Like, oh, I remember when like people are actually started being interested in working with me, and kind of that's a thing.
Yeah.
And those are I feel the milestones that actually are important, not like specific numbers, even though they can be meaningful to you. But like when people want to start working with you, that's the milestone that's like value comes out of.
Yeah, or like when someone's like you hear that someone's mentioned you in a video or something, or they've it's like, oh wow, that person knows about me. That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of a weird experience. Like for me, like coming on EFAP for the first time was really weird. Like having watched all your channels. Yeah, it's like I doesn't feel real in some strange way. I don't know.
Well, we're glad you both decided to do it.
MauLer, Rex, how did it feel the first time you guys went on EFAP?
Yeah.
We were streaming.
Get invited on.
I guess, I mean, for us, I didn't know it would become what it would become.
Yeah, I think
I
could have sworn it was like about 600 people the first ever stream, just watching us goof around on like a random video, and then honestly, there's a couple of just little things, but I think Patrick Willems was key. Him making the plot holes don't matter video. It's like, oh, we should do that video, but the format we did last week, but with that video, and then it was like, this has to be a regular thing. It's like,
it's a fun format to do.
Welcome to EFAP.
Which came from a commenter. They were just like, call it EFAP. It was like,
and a legend was born.
Now.
That one worked out really well, and we liked it a bunch.
Yeah.
What were some of the runners-up?
Video response theory, I think.
Yeah, that was a pretty
there was a couple that was Toxic Brood around at that point. I don't think it was.
No, Toxic Brood came from a Last Jedi video, I think, that was very much more recent.
Yeah, Toxic Brood. Yeah, hate mongers of the Toxic Brood.
What a name!
We saw those videos yesterday, MauLer and I. The whole they just want to hate. They're just a bunch of haters. They just hate all they do.
Born just to hate.
And here you are singing the praises of a show.
Yep. Here we are.
You showed them.
A show with the gay in it, no less.
No less.
Whatever next?
What has become of us?
Whatever next? Bye?
Yeah. You could have said Bly Manor. That could have been...
Oh, Bly Manor. Nice.
Yeah. Done it. Mayuk Basu, completely random and off topic. Do you fellas like Conan O'Brien and his sense of humor, style of comedy? Loved your reviews in this stream. Cheers.
I haven't really seen him, so...
Of what I've seen, he seems kind of funny and charming.
He seems like the least fake person who does what he does.
Yeah.
Like, some of his skits are pretty good. Like, when he's...
Yeah, I've seen Colbert stuff, and he's dull and unfunny. And I've seen... What's the little Weasley one?
Well, so many.
Weasley one.
Yeah, the little Weasley British one with the glasses.
Oh, hi.
I'm not actually sure who you're talking about. You're not talking about James Corden, right?
No.
He doesn't like glasses.
That's why I thought he wasn't.
Has he got like a really high-pitched voice?
A little bit. He does the last...
Who would that be?
Oh, John Oliver. John Oliver.
He's really unfunny. He's super cringe. But
James Corden has kind of morphed into a bit of an asshole as well, though, hasn't he?
Kind of cringe as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what it was about hosting a late night talk show on TV.
It
you
makes
just
you
become cringe. Yeah. Conan's doing remarkably well for only being like very slightly cringe.
And when you, because they had the no audiences because the Corona thing, and so when you hear their monologues without the laugh track, it is horrible.
Yeah, I saw that.
It is.
I'm not being specifically cued to laugh. It's hard.
It's like watching just an animal that's been hit by a truck sort of just struggle.
Did Trevor Noah become cringe as well? Because I remember his stand-up before he did the late night show thing, late night talk shows. I remember his stand-up used to be quite funny. Is he cringe now? I've not seen him since.
I don't recall ever thinking he was... I don't find him funny. I think he's pretty cringe.
Well, I've listened to like some of his audiobook and it's really interesting. But that's all from before. That's his autobiography that led to his success. Well, I guess no, you don't write an autobiography that leads to your success. That'd be kind of weird.
People are saying, how about Lily Singh?
Well,
she was always pretty cringe.
Lily, I don't Let me Google her so I see what Lily Singh.
Like, is her whole shtick not like I'm bi and I'm woman of color and I'm proud and
I thought it was stealing jokes.
Well, that too, I think. No, that's
no. She has been called. She has been.
That's
called
Amy Schumer,
jokes.
is it not? That does that.
Wait, she
is that
steals the jokes she tells?
I thought her thing was just vagina jokes.
Lily Singh has been caught.
She's been caught.
Lily Singh has been
stealing.
caught stealing jokes as well.
Oh God, it's almost like they're all doing it.
Just steal jokes from each other.
Who's the fat one who only talks about her vagina?
That's Amy Schumer.
Yeah.
See, one of my friends actually went and saw her stand up, and he reckoned she was quite good. I was like, I don't think we can be friends anymore. Like, what did you see in that was good?
I've never enjoyed like any joke she's ever told.
I've never heard a joke she told. I've just heard like everyone from fucking like Sargon to H Bomber Guy saying she's really not funny. I'm like, she's probably not very funny.
Yeah, she isn't. Because you have, I don't know the name. There was one channel that got recommended to me a bunch where it's just some comedy, super politically incorrect, anything goes comedy club. And I remember I watched some of their stuff and I thought it was really funny. And these were just guys I've never heard of, and even a chick I've never heard of, and she was hilarious. I wish I could remember the name of the place because I'd recommend it. Because all the mainstream stuff is just so unfunny.
I mean, I find most of the funniest stuff on YouTube now, I feel. Like, and then there's like the hidden sort of gems of TV, but the mainstream TV stuff is never funny because it's always this sort of watered down, it has to fit certain, it has to be the sort of very status quo kind of commentary.
And people aren't, because we watched an episode of the opening for The Vicar of Dibley, which is some old show, but it was clever, so they could get away with having it, be clean enough to air on TV. But I don't feel like a lot of stuff's clever enough to be both clean and funny.
Well, I don't think that being like edgy or whatever is a substitute for comedy. Like it can improve a joke that exists.
Yeah, although a lot of times it's delivery, like value and stuff.
Well, yeah, but that's true. Like you can deliver a lot of things to be funny. You can deliver complete nonsense to be funny. Just look at Flomps.
I think it's more difficult though.
Just like I think Flomps and all that shit is really funny because of the delivery.
There's the deadpan comedian with the big puffy hair, not Mitch Hedberg. But he's similar. Just a second. Stephen Wright. Stephen Wright tells his humor is super clean, but it's very deadpan, which makes it funny. But I don't think there's a lot of them who are very good. Like a lot of people don't. So Norm Macdonald's a fucking genius, and a lot of his stuff was very. His delivery was very flat and a lot of stuff. Just the way he would tell. It's not anti-humor, but it might be mistaken for it.
I'll tell you. This is. I feel like this might be a controversial take, but one of the things that made me laugh most recently was ASDF movie. ASDF movie 13.
I don't even know what that is.
It's Tom Scar's most successful series. Do you know him?
No.
Oh, well, that's probably not going to help then.
Well, does
anyone in this call know what ASDF movie or Tom Scar is?
No, I do.
You were worried about it being controversial,
MauLer,
but I don't know it.
MauLer, have you seen the new one? It's like my favorite one since the fourth one. Not even since the fourth one. I think it peaks the fourth one.
I've not, so I can put that on. But yeah, I know ASDF movie. That's some good old internetisms back in the day.
Yeah, and he's still making it, and that's still funny.
Nice. I've only got a few super chats left actually, so let's see if we can finish them up. Steve S. Drinker, you ought to do a review on Blood of Heroes. I know Howard's passing is a bit distant now, but it's a hell of a throwback movie, just gritty 80s excellence. Blood of Heroes? I don't think I've heard of that. Yeah, definitely not seen it. No, I assume it's got Rutger Hauer in it, so that automatically makes it great. But yeah, I'll keep that one in mind. Scottish Nerds. I'm subscribed to both Gary and Jay thanks to MauLer. There you go. Look at that. Spreading a bit of love in the world. Prince Turnip. I liked Bly, but how did Danny know Viola would possess her? The narrator even said Danny didn't know. Why did Viola accept and then kill her anyway? How cringy was, I don't know why brilliant women are always punished. A lot of questions there.
So that's Hannah saying that, and she had her husband cheat on her. So she's obviously just referencing the fact that she thinks men have often... She even says something like, a lot of brilliant women are torn down by a man. Like, she's definitely got resentment toward what happened to her.
God, men are such assholes, MauLer.
Well, that's the thing. She's totally... I mean, I totally understand why
she's a character with motivations. Like, like with Peter as well. Like, he kills people. Like, that's kind of cringe.
That's just a character flaw. He's a nice guy. We've all made mistakes.
I wouldn't go as far as saying the show is saying men suck. It's just Hannah specifically, and of course, she. I'd say her arc is realizing that like Owen is a great fucking guy, and it's tragic she won't be able to have a life with him.
There's I think Rebecca has scenes like that as well, because I think she explains that she was training to become a barrister, and that's the reason she took this job, because she thinks Henry can be a patron for her to like fast track her through training and stuff. And she makes a comment about, she was sick of being perved on by like old men who are trying to like take advantage of her, I guess, because she's young and attractive.
And she said she had friends who got through this way.
There's things like that. There's comments from Peter about how people.
Wait, do you disagree with the Rebecca thing, or?
No, I was just commenting on it's a thing that kind of plays into that same sentiment, I guess.
What sentiment?
The men are bad. I don't know.
But but the main villain of the show is a woman, and the person who killed her is a woman.
Is she really the villain though, or is she just kind of like a force?
Yeah.
Like the villain is kind of Peter, because he consciously does.
Even when she was still a conscious ghost, she killed people.
Yeah, and then there's the thing, like,
but
you could say, but she's just a victim of circumstance, and all of her circumstance really is caused by another woman. So, like,
her circumstances are caused by the patriarchy.
It's because she was murdered by a woman. No, it's because she was murdered by a woman.
She's forced to go into a marriage of convenience in order to retain control of Bly Manor. Now, if that circumstance wasn't there and she could have just taken control of it without having to get married, then that jealousy wouldn't have arisen.
So we both agree that the patriarchy is bad.
But the sister,
because it happened back then and it was a bad thing, and it's good that it's not like that anymore.
And his sister killed her because of her being a strain of having to look after, like not because of the patriarchy.
No, it was.
It was making me do this.
It was internalized misogyny. Don't you understand?
Have to kill women.
No, like it's none of these things are bad. They're just things that I noticed. That's all. Like it's things that characters say and comments that they make, and it's like it's understandable given their circumstances that these are things that could have happened to them.
Like black people being hired and to a manor, and women being hired into a manor. All that it does all totally make sense, and it all fits together.
In the sense of like, could it happen?
Well, like obviously, it explicitly could happen.
Yeah, how people would be hired based on the merits of how good they are at what they do, and
one would assume so.
Rags can't admit the show is woke garbage, guys. If this is your bar for woke garbage,
it has black people and gays in it.
Oh, we can't have that. It's woke garbage. To have these insanely good actors, doing these jobs in places that make sense. And
well, I'm curious. People who call that work garbage, like, what is the thing that pushes it over the line?
Yeah, like, are some people like, oh, look, a black person, diversity hire?
What distinguishes these people from like normal gay people, if such a thing exists?
Like, if y'all are gonna, here's the thing: when y'all need to understand that when you say stuff like this, that's what people think that all of EFAP is. You know, when you like you're being hyperbolic. A lot of people like if this show was woke garbage, y'all are gonna have to calm the fuck down. Like when it's there, call it out. Sure.
I have to tab out and look at chat right now.
Oh, well, I don't care what chat says. If chat
I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, it should be a hoot.
Fuck, my chat's locked up. The only one that's coming through is the feed on StreamYard.
Normal people, normal gay people in quotes. Jesus Christ, Jake. Yeah, that was the joke.
Yes, yes. Good job for catching that.
Right after Rag said, "Don't look at chat."
It's on Netflix equals woke garbage. I don't know. Hoops is on Netflix.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of really edgy shows that aren't politically correct are on Netflix too.
If that's the standard, then very well. I guess Hill House would be woke garbage too, right?
Ooh,
it's on Netflix.
Well, it does have gay in Hill House.
True.
Not Hill House too.
Having gay is woke garbage.
Is nothing safe.
There's like 2 black people in Bly Manor, and there's a brown guy, so that's pretty woke.
And there's like a Hispanic in Hill House as well, an Asian gay. That's 2 boxes.
Damn, double point.
God damn, they're everywhere.
Yeah, there's an interracial. There's 2 interracial relationships in Hill House, so that's pretty woke garbage.
You know what? I heard no bullshit is in an interracial relationship. That's pretty fucking woke garbage.
They're pretty cringe.
Yeah, that's a plot.
Oh my god.
What's
he is
his
an SJW
SJW
now, I think.
Yeah, he's an SJW.
So like, if this show was, if all of the supposedly diverse characters, diversity hires in this show were really bad at their jobs, I'd see maybe what y'all were saying. But like, all the actors in this are fucking stuff. Take a moment to just so it gets acknowledged how shockingly good the child actors are in this.
Yes. Full change of demeanor, like on command, and you can tell without any indication that it's happened, other than the child's acting.
Miles, when he's taken over by Peter, like those scenes where he just flips on a dime, it's uncanny. Like he's pretty good.
How do you even get like both Flora and Miles? Like, how do you get someone that young to explain to them how to act and have them do it like they're acting and not be too self-aware about it?
See, I didn't quite get the same thing from Flora, and I don't know if it's just because she's younger and it's more difficult to have that nuance to her, but I don't know. Like she was adequate, I suppose.
She wasn't as
good. Do a good job.
Still think she was good.
She does do a full change in demeanor when she's possessed, I think.
Yeah,
but not to the same extent.
She's like panicking by being out on this thing, and then.
But a lot of that's probably because when she is possessed, she's being possessed by a person who is less abrasive.
Yeah, like Pete doesn't seem to actually give a shit if people can tell that something's up because he doesn't believe they'll find out because of course ghosts. But Rebecca seems to want to actually try and hide it.
I did like Flora's reaction when she she sees the faceless child for the first time. I'm not gonna lie, like if that happened to me, I would shit my own spinal column out and scream the house down. But she just kind of goes like and runs away, and is like, I think you could have put a bit more than that into it. Like that's this kind of thing that would really
traumatize,
mess you up. Yeah, like even as an adult, that would be terrifying beyond words. Like, but for a child, that would be next level.
I feel like you just have to rationalize it. It was someone in a scary mask or something.
Maybe like.
I mean, we literally had that in Hill House, though. We had a kid who was traumatized, and they rationalized that in a way that seems odd but makes total sense.
Which one was that?
That was the kid,
Steven,
the smiley face guy.
Oh,
yeah, the kid who's being abused.
Oh no, Steven does it as well.
Good stuff.
What happens again with the little girl in Hill House, where like she encounters the broken neck lady who actually ends up hanging over her bed at night?
What do you mean?
That's her.
Yeah,
that is her.
Right.
Which is another problem with Hill House. She manages to travel through time to haunt herself into becoming herself, traveling through time.
But
what's the problem with that, MauLer?
with the explanation.
I don't know.
Because they just introduced time travel.
At the end is like there's no other time travel really in the show, and then you have just a line from her in the last episode where she's just like, "Yeah, time. It's kind of weird and fucky. I don't know.
It's not really Lydia. Okay, moving on." You're like, what?
No, don't question it. Don't question it. Red.
That's all you need. That's all you need. What the hell did I get to here? Mika D2. New great debate with Robot Head versus MauLer on EFAP, season 2 of The Boys. Maybe just my imagination, but sounded like his video was aimed at you, MauLer.
Yeah, The Boys season 2 is shit, though.
I saw that super chat come in, and I was curious. I checked just through the comments. A couple of people believe he's referencing us in it, so we'll have to check it out. I don't know. But yeah, The Boys season 2 is garbage. Actual fucking garbage.
It's really bad. Like,
the writing in it is horrendous.
Really bad.
Yep.
How popular is that take in your community, by the way?
Well, it used to be super unpopular, but it's super popular now, I'd say. Like, I haven't seen much pushback after a 10-hour stream going through all of the issues in that season.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys. I wanted it to be good, too. I really did.
Yeah, we did. We did want it to be good. We liked the first season. But, yeah, season 2 is terrible.
Girls get it done.
They do. Haroon Khan, how did Earth defeat Brightburn? Also, thoughts on it?
How did who beat Brightburn?
Just says Earth, as in like planet Earth. Well,
if they're talking about the movie, there's a reason for why the kid is beaten, but I didn't think that movie was that good, honestly. It's the standard. It's like Superman but evil, and it's just a film to represent that storyline. I just don't think it was very well put together or creative. It was mainly just running out that basic idea. But I was about to say, like, it's cool we got Homeland. I was like, well, I mean,
yeah, it was only a matter of time until they wasted him. Brian H., since you mentioned The Shining, what did you think of Dr. Sleep? I haven't seen Dr. Sleep yet.
Not seen it.
Not pleased by that, but like, yeah, I haven't got around to it. I've heard it's not great, so
yeah,
I'm not super excited to watch it. Grimy, would you consider discussing Planet of the Apes, the original, or Back to the Future? Both franchises bring up many interesting discussion points. I'd love to talk about Back to the Future for sure. Love that trilogy.
I think Back to the Future 2 is severely overrated. Just going to leave that hanging.
Well, then we should talk about it.
Maybe so.
You've actually seen Back to the Future then, Jay?
Yes, I have. I've seen all 3.
Holy shit. Well, you're spoiling us now. Cool. Well, one day we'll talk about it. All hail the Long Man, and that's his actual name. Why can some ghosts touch things but others can't?
Which ones can't?
They can decide whether or not to touch things.
Yeah, so I think we kind of covered this earlier. I think it's about their like frame of mind or something, and if they concentrate really hard, then they can interact with the physical world. Apparently.
So yeah, like it's established that ghosts can change, like depending on their frame of mind, can or can't touch something. So it does actually make sense that there would be ghosts that can only touch stuff and can never touch stuff if they can't get in the other frame of mind.
Could you imagine if they brought like scientists and stuff with cameras into Bly Manor, and they're like, look, there's ghosts, and they could just like appear and move things around and like interact with the world. Like,
it would change the world forever.
That would just blow like the scientific community open forever.
I mean, unless they could find like an actual, determinative cause that actually made it happen, and then they like, well, fuck.
Well, yeah, because like you could like say you were Peter, you could appear and be like, yeah, I am a ghost. Like this is how it functions. This is what it feels like to be a ghost. You know, there's the Lady of the Lake you should probably watch out for because I run foul of her. But otherwise, yeah, it's fine. I can just talk to you.
People act like a manifestation of God or something would contradict the scientific community, whereas like you can analyze anything according to the scientific method if it exists.
Not things that it's not things that are not natural. No.
Like if ghosts appeared, it's not like suddenly gravity stops existing or physics doesn't work anymore, or all of those things.
Yeah, like you study them according to the scientific method.
Yeah, you could make a very compelling argument that's probably correct that in this in the universe of Bly Manor, ghosts are not supernatural.
Well, yeah,
because they directly interact with the natural world and things of that nature.
Well, they're not. They're supernatural by the definition that they're unexplained by science. But until they're studied, and then when they're studied, they're no longer
That's a terrible
supernatural.
definition, and I don't.
I think it is the accepted definition. Hang on.
No.
Supernatural. Not season 5. Definition. Manifestation or event attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature. So does that mean it's beyond what is scientifically understood, or it's
because
it's incapable?
I think
of
it's
being
beyond
understood?
current.
Well, we don't know if
it's
because we don't know if it's incapable of being explained or not.
Right.
So it's like with the tools and knowledge that we have currently, we can't explain this. But if we were to start studying it,
because no scientist worth their salt is going to start calling things supernatural because we can't explain it yet.
Yeah.
Because 100% of the time, things that have been, all the things that have been discovered to be not supernatural, from lightning to cancer remission to everything else. So,
well, there's no point where you could discover that something is inexplicable. Like, that's not a thing that you could. Like, if there was something supernatural, like, there are things about science we don't understand, and if it was literally inexplicable, there would be no way of determining that. You just keep trying to explain it and failing.
Yeah.
And when people say like it breaks the laws of physics, then it's not really true. It just means it's that our understanding of the laws of physics they don't apply to this, or they're limited.
And the way you define the world changes as your
it.
understanding of it changes. Like that's how that goes.
We did it.
Automata says, "I'm sorry, MauLer. I, for one, will never tell you you're better than something." Smiley face. There you go.
Oh,
you're not better than this. You're fine.
That's all right.
Stop having unpopular opinions, damn it.
I'm sorry.
Wasabi Islam.
That ours is the unpopular opinion.
I know, genuinely, I thought there was going to be a much more of a contentious split within the chat, but it seems a wee bit one-sided. I don't know.
So weird. People don't get it.
Wait, which side is the chat on currently?
Chat, 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm not going to tell you the question.
Press 1 if the drinker's right about everything.
How exciting.
What's going to happen?
3 for Bly Manor is good. 4 for Bly Manor is bad.
And
there
5
is no nuance
really
here.
Someone put 8. 1.5. So
and you should know
halfway right.
You should know, chat, that it's okay to be wrong. In case you are, I'm not actually looking. I'm playing a game. But
wow.
Yeah, I know.
This is the level of engagement we get from you, Jay. Honestly.
Yeah.
I like all the numbers. This is very statistical. We will put it into a machine and we will press out the definitive objective answer.
Oh, which machine?
Yeah,
the machine.
Oh, you can't use that one.
The robot.
I'm using it.
The doing everything machine.
No.
Doing it.
No. Still lots of ones here. I'm right about everything. It's definitive. Sorry, I'm objectively right. Wasabi Islam. Fuck me. The chat just wants to hate the show.
Like, I was surprised, right? Because obviously we were in a 6-man bubble sort of thing, and then we came out of that bubble to the world, and it was like, this show is terrible. We were like, oh shit.
It baffled us. We could not understand.
And I've not been impressed by reading a lot of, like Rag said, a lot of the IMDb reviews were like, damn, this is some...
Well, that video is coming out, right? We've got a long recording of reading IMDb reviews. I'm being like, what the fuck?
Hopefully be a couple more days before the Hill House one is like ready to be watched, and then I'll be starting on the Bly Manor one.
How long is it again?
What, the video?
Yeah, like say you were doing the Bly Manor one. Are we talking like 10 hours of
so the way it works is I supercut it so that it goes. So like the Hill House one, I think in grand total is probably like 15-hour recording, and it's down to about 4. Right.
That's watchable. Like, I'd be interested, like, kind of hear your takes on it.
Sure.
Stybike
well,
B
you
says,
get to...
Yeah. Thanks for recommending The Mouth of Madness. Wah is more satisfying to listen to than yeah, he does a good scream in both movies. But yeah, I'm quite partial to Mouth of Madness. I like that one.
Yeah, it's a fun one, and I think it's a better Lovecraft movie than the majority of the ones I've seen.
Tron, hey Drinker, would you consider reviewing Gennady Tartakovsky's Primal? Maybe. I'd have to watch it first. So I'll get back to you on that one. Graham Godfrey, please look at Netflix Queen's Gambit replacing Bobby Fischer with a better woman. What? I don't understand any of what I just read.
What was say it again? Sorry.
Please look at Netflix Queen's Gambit replacing Bobby Fischer with a better woman.
No idea what that is.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. James Moore. Also, because other people in the chat reminded me, Angel's Irish accent, lol.
Oh, it's a disaster. Yeah, that one's painful. I wouldn't want to
kiss the Blarney Stone.
Any Irish friends of mine, I would want to keep them away from it. And unfortunately, it does pull some people out. They're listening to like the scene. They're just like, "Oh, his accent's so bad."
Wait, which is this?
This is a fucking Angel. So
yeah. Angel has an accent the whole time that's bad.
No, his normal accent's American, but
Angel.
There's flashbacks to his history because he's a 100-year-old vampire.
Oh, right, I see.
And to all of our Irish, audience members, just go back to your drinks, Jedi business.
Yeah, cheeky fuckers in chat. Radim Nechat, just watched your first discussion. Good stuff. I want to say, please don't delete or unlist the review, Drinker. If you do change your mind, just a plea. No, I'm not going to do that. All I do with all of my live streams, I just move them over to my second channel. Like I think them there.
I saw someone. I think someone asked me to do this in a super chat from EFAB. Actually, was to tell you, don't hit private, just hit unlist, so people can still watch this while you're re-uploading it. If that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
I do the thing with EFAB.
No, I do that now. Like I can't remember who related it to me. I think it was in a super chat or something on one of my own streams. But yeah, I do that now. I just unlist it, but it will. Yeah, it'll all get put onto my second channel anyway. Let's see. I think there's just a couple left. Refresh. Oh yeah, there it is. So, Scottish Nerd, hot take: Banshee is better than Quigley Down Under. Since I've seen neither, I'll just have to take your word on that one. John Oakletree, Drinker, if you were stranded on Titty Island and you only had one movie to watch, why would it be Quigley Down Under? I would just want to watch Event Horizon on an endless loop. That would keep me happy. Dirty Soul Monkey, Critical Drinker, will you do a discussion of Trek, the motion picture, and the Final Frontier? Please do. Maybe combine them for a singular topic. Probably. I'm going to be doing the Voyage Home with Anna. And we'll see if anyone wants to actually discuss the Final Frontier. Christ, that's a slog.
The Final Frontier Down Under.
Yeah. Quigley's Final Frontier. Pass the Whiskey says, have you guys seen The Exorcist 3? Very underrated sequel.
Reloaded?
I think so.
I think I saw RLM review it.
Yeah, I heard them talk about it, but I haven't seen it.
I feel like I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but I've never seen it all the way through. Remember it being kind of gory. I don't know if that's something I'm just imagining. Jersey Bob here's giving me a super sticker for $20, so thanks, man. And last of all, Monkey Man says, hi, Drinker, happy Halloween. I second the guy who requested a review on Primal, and it's nice to catch your live stream. Cool. Any of you guys seen Primal?
No. I've seen Quigley Down Under.
Well, you should do a review on that just to make that one guy
Alan
happy.
Rickman is the bad guy in that movie.
In Quigley?
Yeah.
Is he a good bad guy?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Well, wait, I think you said you're busy for the weekend. I don't know. Are you busy for the Friday? We're gonna have a couple people get together and play some more of that Jackbox game if you're able to make it or not. I don't know. I think you said you might have been busy on the Friday though.
This Friday?
Yeah, tomorrow. I guess I should be. Well, today now as of 6 minutes. But
Christ, yeah. I feel like I've got something on, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. Let me check. I'll message you later or something and see if we can sort something out. But if I am available, it was good fun playing that. That was good. but I think we're at the end of the super chats and stuff, so we made it. And
Very
we've come
well.
to the conclusion that Bly Manor's shit, and I'm right, and Invisible Man is meh.
You were half right there.
That's the noise the Invisible Man makes.
is meh.
Nah, honestly, it was an interesting discussion to have with you guys, so I appreciate you coming on. Thank you to everyone in chat and for all the generous super chats, and for backing me up in the face of this outrageous provocation. But no, thanks to everyone, and it's been good. And I do heartily recommend that you subscribe to Jay, MauLer, and Rags' channels. The links are in the description. I guess before we go, I should ask you guys, like, do you have anything you'd like to plug? Anything you got coming up?
Yeah, Lil Wayne has endorsed President Trump for re-election.
He endorsed EFAP.
He also endorses EFAP.
Well, we're in good company.
I'm trying to make the most comprehensive takedown of Chris Chibnall's Doctor Who, so I feel like that's something people would be interested in.
How many years have you got?
I've taken 2.
I don't know anything about Doctor Who, basically.
You've seen Waters of Mars.
I've seen 2 episodes. Yeah, I saw 3. I seen Waters of Mars, which was good. I saw the
Midnight.
Yes, I saw Midnight. That was really good. And I've seen, there was one that I saw a long time ago. Give me a second.
Watch The Empty Child. That's good.
Watch Dalek. That's good.
Dalek.
Dalek Soul is very good.
Go for Blink.
Someone in one of the monsters, critters in Van Helsing had the Dalek voices.
Nick Briggs, you mean the actor who plays them, or
just the way that they sound?
All right.
Well,
so
MauLer, anything you've got coming up?
I'm coming for everyone's feelings on The Boys season 2. I'm gonna come for them. I'm gonna take them away. That show's really bad. But not before I get those supercuts out for Bly and Hill House, because hey, it's nice to have some stuff come out that's talking about something that we like a lot as a group as well. That's neat. It's mainly about the discussion part of it, so it's good old fashioned analysis. And then I'm likely, and the stream on The Boys is really useful in terms of just going back and forth on what the vibe was, how people feel about each of the points to try and find which of the ones they consider stronger and weaker. Like, obviously character-based ones are more important than whether or not a power is slightly inconsistent, but the sheer amount of inconsistent powers and then the significance of them in certain scenes was kind of unreal. So it'll be fun.
Sounds good. Cool, man. Well, anyway, I guess we'll finish up there. It's been a pleasure, and that is all we've got. So we are going to go away now.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Were you going to say something?